All right, hello everybody. How's it going? Happy Tuesday. Hope you all are doing well. We are back once again with some Elden Ring Consumables only playthrough. I have updated the title to reflect that we are in fact doing all bosses, since I was still a little on the fence about that the other day. But it seems like we're kind of going that route, so I might as well just say that in the title. All right. Excuse me. There we go. So last we left off with our current run here, we were in the midst of just kind of cleaning up Weeping Peninsula. I did do a little bit more off-stream farming just to kind of get some of that out of the way before stream today, as per usual. Let me go. Well, first of all, let me get rid of this notification here. The stream is live. Yes, thank you. I'm just gonna quickly check the map to make sure I'm not forgetting any locations. Here in this particular area. I guess we'll kind of just do that as we go for everything, really, but alright, so as far as Weeping Peninsula is concerned, we have a few different, we have a handful of different locations for different things, but most of the stuff we've kind of already done. We have... yeah, I did forget Earthbore Cave, okay. I thought I might be forgetting one location, but yeah, we've already done, like, anything that I've mapped here, or marked rather on the map, has already been kind of completed. But we still have a handful of locations to do. So we have like the Morn Tunnel. There's the Earthbore Cave, which is kind of like up over this way that I kind of forgot about. Impaler's Catacombs, I remembered over here. Like I said before, there is a demi-human queen here, but she's not actually a boss, so we can technically ignore her, but I might kill her anyway, just for the hell of it. Tombsword Catacombs is right here, and then the other cave is over this way. The Tombsword Cave, I believe it's called. And that should be it. Oh, wait, no, except for this Everjail right here, too. We gotta do that. So we have a handful of things we gotta, like, take care of. First and foremost here. But that shouldn't take us too long, and then we'll be done with Weeping Peninsula. And we can move on to, I don't know, Liurnia, maybe? There's obviously, like, Caelid and everything to do as well, but it's just gonna take us a while to kind of, like, get through everything. We still have tons to do in Mount Gelmir, Altus, Mountaintops, Consecrated Snowfield, etc. And of course, we still have like progress to make in the like late game areas anyway, so we'll kind of see how we go with everything. But for now, I just want to like keep clearing out stuff as we go, so that we can make this whole all bosses thing happen. Let's start off over on this side, I guess, since we can just kind of easily warp. I'm just gonna mark a few things. That there, that there. Actually, since we're starting there, I shouldn't really need these markers. But just so I'm not forgetting things, we've got the tunnel. Earthbore Cave should be around there somewhere. Impaler's Catacomb should be over there somewhere. Tombsword Catacomb should be right around there somewhere. And I believe that's it. I guess we can mark the demi-human ruins for the hell of it. Okay. Just as little reminders for myself, I forgot I was going to warp though, so let's do that. And get on with it. So yeah, I farmed up a whole bunch of volcanic stone and crystal dart stuff so that our volcano pot stores and crystal dart stores would be in relatively good shape for today. That doesn't mean we won't necessarily have to farm at some point, but hopefully not like any particular time soon. All right, this one's a stone sword key one, I forgot. Yo, Karate, how's it going, dude? It's good to see you. It's good with it. Everything. It's all good. Hope you're having a good day so far. I also farmed up a little bit more blood-tinged excrement from Mogwin Palace, just to, you know, in case we want swarm pots at some point, we can make them. I feel like we might want them for Moog at the very least. I don't know for sure, but we'll see. Are those not hitting you? He definitely doesn't have iframes during that moment, so I'm not sure why none of that was landing. Oops. Overcommitted there. Come on, buddy. There we go. He just did not want to sit still. That's how you get the weaker version of Radagon's Scar Seal, or rather, the Scar Seal over the Source Seal. God, I can't fucking speak right today, like most days. Let's not craft any of those just yet. Let's head to the cave, which should be right over here. Clear that out next. That's the one with the rune. No, wait, no, that's Earthbore, I think, has the rune bear in it. I'm trying to remember which one this is. And then we need 60k to level up now. We are definitely getting higher level than I expected to for at least some of the run, but at this point it makes sense because we are trying to do like all the optional content as well, so we may as well be spending them runes. Right, this is the poison one. I remember. With that being the case, we should probably put, just for the time being, swap this out with neutralizing boluses. We could probably craft some of those. 5 more, sure. I'll take it. Oops, I stood right in the poison cloud. Well, I suppose that's that. We'll just be poisoned for now. It's at least a relatively slow... okay. I was not paying attention. Okay, you can go ahead and get off me now. Don't really get much for killing him, but just felt like it was necessary. It was kind of the principle of the matter, you know? So we're not going to scoff at extra darts. All right, give me, speaking of, like a couple more of those and one of those real quick. Secure that up. And I guess we'll just go fight the boss. I don't know that we really need much in here. Maybe I'll check out the rest of the cave after I'm done with them, though. Not like that took a lot or anything. Okay. So let's backtrack really fast over to here. Yeah, because I would kind of like to get the other items that are in the area, so... I think we get to that one from the other the other side over here. And there we go. And some flowers to quickly deal with, no problem. Oh, one Arteria leaf. I mean, it's still useful. Obviously, we make certain buff items with that. So yeah, speaking of, I've been thinking about other runs we can do, potentially some stuff that we might put in as like incentives for the old Domathon. I had thought about maybe doing like a fist only Elden Ring, but like Charlie said she had watched Gino's run of it, and that like some of the bosses take, like even with buffs, will take potentially more than an hour to do, and some of that sounds pretty painful, so I think I might just say nah to that in particular. But yeah, I am considering at least doing like a shield only run. Like shields only buffs are probably okay. I'm not sure exactly about like outside healing spells, but at least, you know, anything that we can get from, that we can put like from an Ash of War on a shield or something would be fine, of course. And consumable buffs and things like that will probably be fine, but I might do that run with like no dodge rolling. So it would mean that we can potentially still evade. Obviously we can run around stuff, but we're just going to want to like max out defense on a run like that. And just be as tanky as possible. Also, hey Kishi, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you, dude. Oops. I knew I would forget to do that. Switch that back, please. Go to mount the horse and randomly eat a bolus instead. But yeah, I feel like Fist only sounded kind of fun. Because like the unarmed moveset for this game, whoops, that's what I meant to do. I'm all used to like pressing the square now to attack. I was just gonna show off the move. The unarmed moveset for this game with fists is pretty fast. It's not like if you dual wield, this is pretty good. So it's not like slow, but I guess like I'm pretty sure your fists do scale some, but it must be like such a small amount that it's just kind of like generally not worth it for some of the later game bosses, because they're just going to take like an hour to kill. Like Fire Giant with nothing but your fists, even with buffs, is probably admittedly just like way too hard. Or not hard necessarily, but just takes forever to do. Because you can still level all your stats and stuff. It's not like you won't be survivable. It'll just take like forever to kill him, which might not really be fun to do. How are you? I'm pretty good, Kishi. I hope you're doing well. Saying at least one of these got a hit. What did I just pick up? I got something. Maybe it was for the... Did I have clarifying boluses already? I don't know what it was that I picked up here. Because I just got... My whole recipe list just moved down another space, but I'm not sure what it was that I got that's new. So it's either a cured meat or maybe clarifying boluses I didn't have, but I could have sworn you got these later, so... Or possibly the spellproof dried liver, but I feel like I might have had that already. I'm not sure now. But no matter. This would have been a potentially sensible place to have holy pots, I guess. I mean, the volcano pots do plenty of work here. And obviously crystal darts, if I take my time to aim them, certainly will work just fine. There we go. I should probably just be running through this, to be honest. I don't know why I'm bothering to, like, kill all these, like, low-level skeletons. Let's just continue as we had done previously and just people run through these areas. Didn't quite make it. Okay. Dude did not want to get targeted for some reason. Come on. Just hit the guy, please. Come on. There you go. Yo, Purist Eclipse, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Hang on a second, I'll give you a shout out in one moment. Just get rid of these guys so I can, like, type without having to be getting shot a bunch. There we go. All right. Eclipse, hello, hello. Thank you again. How's it going? How was your stream? You're also playing some Elden Ring. Noise, noise. And thank you for the follow, by the way. Elisa Daniel, thank you. Welcome in. We are doing a Consumables only all bosses run here on my stream today. What, were you doing anything special in Elden Ring? Was it kind of like a first playthrough for you, or were you visiting a challenge run sort of thing as well? Like just some, okay, so I'm all good on artwork. I appreciate the suggestion, but I've already got actually multiple artists, so I'm all good there. But thank you. All right, let's come on back down here. And did I skip over? I think I went. Yeah, I didn't go through, like, the entire thing over this way. I should have, like, kept this down, actually, or knocked it back down. good. All right, let's just get on out of here, no problem. Sorry, Twitch was glitching. I was also streaming Elden Ring, so I thought it would be fun to raid someone. Party you on? I am fairly late into the game. I'm just kind of like coming back here to clear up some early game stuff because I'm doing an all bosses consumables only challenge. So yeah, right now we're kind of just doing easy stuff at the moment, but it's been a lot of fun. Have you beaten Elden Ring before? Are you playing, like, working through your first playthrough, or have you played before? All right. Lisa, I'm sorry to do this, but no thank you. All right, let's go ahead and just get this boss sorted real quick, and then we can move on to the next thing. Easy. You finished it before doing a Glintstone Mage run, so yeah, just restarted yesterday. Nice. Well, I hope that you have a really good time with your current run then. Okay, let's come back over. We have the tunnel, we have the Earthbore Cave, and then this entirely optional demi-human forest ruins thing, but I guess we'll do it just for the hell of it.
Bakusa.
Same here. Challenge is always fun, so you enjoy yourself. Thank you, and thank you for the follow, by the way. Let's see. The cave should be just down here. So I guess we'll just start with that. Hopefully that's close enough to get rid of that. It looks like it is. Okay, cool. All right. Onwards we go to the next one. But yeah, once we're done with Weeping, we can head back to, I don't know, maybe Lyrinia next. And then from there, I don't know. We might just like go and do some late game progress stuff again in between. I don't want to like necessarily only do easy game stuff, but we have to, like, if we're doing all bosses, we have to clear it out one way or the other. So I don't mind kind of like systematically just like getting rid of like every one boss or whatever in each area as we go. It's just nice to mix it up a little bit here and there. I feel like one of these days, probably not anytime soon, but eventually we're probably going to have to revisit seamless co-op runs in this game. Like, specifically, like, randomizer runs, probably, but I want to see about eventually doing... I want to see about eventually doing the Convergence mod anyway, so I know, like, Charlie and I had talked about maybe doing convergence and co-op. Oh, okay. It's a bit of a weirdly delayed hit there. I forgot rune bears were so weak to headshots. Just throw a random little throwing knife or dagger or anything that you got, and you can just instantly stagger them. Because crystal darts are not especially strong in that regard. Okay, let me come back to the entrance here. That'll be the easiest thing. We can go up into the ruins, which I'm not going to bother marking when I'm done because, again, it's not an actual boss. I'm just doing it for the hell of it because it's a mini boss that's kind of like a boss. Or rather a strong enemy, as we always referred to them in the making of strategy guides. I feel like if I am going to do like a shield only run, I'm going to have to like consider what shields we're going to use. I don't think we'll be doing anything region locked for that particular challenge, just because it'll be kind of a huge pain in the ass to have to get through like all of Limgrave, even just with whatever we can find here. But there are like some decent shields, so it might be a possibility. But I know that we're going to want things like shield bash and shield crash. A lot of shields aren't very good at dealing damage on their own, but if we're allowing for buffs such as like golden vow, obviously the jellyfish shield is a shield itself that gives a buff, so that's more than definitely allowed. Oh yeah, the Impaler's Catacombs, right? I forgot about that one, but we can just do the tunnel first, and then we'll go do that, and then that'll be it for Weeping. But yeah, there's at least like there's the Thorn Shield or whatever it's called that's like Shield of the Guilty. No, maybe it is called the Thorn Shield. I forget, but in the ruins we were just in, there's that, which actually does have like some bleed on it, if I remember correctly. So you know you have like some weapons that could potentially be used to like facilitate decently high damage with the right setup. You know, they'll just require a fair bit of effort to use. But as far as like Ashes of War, we're definitely going to want Shield Bash. We're going to want Shield Crash. We're definitely going to want Barricade Shield just for defense. We'll probably take the parry skills because parrying should definitely still be allowed. I could at least see like some builds we might use during that shield only run. We might use like heavy shields for defense, and for occasionally like higher offense for things like Shield Crash with something like the Palisade Shield for decent piercing damage and blood loss rather. But then on the smaller side of things, we might want to like parry with like a light shield in the offhand, and then have like a you know, an infused shield with like blood loss or frost in our right hand or something, and just attack with it after parrying, because that would actually work kind of fine. Surprised that... So that actually hurt me, but for like so little damage. I mean, it is an early game location, but I was surprised that it did like nothing. Because normally if something, even if it just sort of clips you in the moment, oops, usually does a bit more than that. Can't remember, is this the way forward? Let me just check over here. This is the one that brings us into the big room. Okay. I always get this like backwards because I always think for whatever reason it's the other way that leads to the big room. Even though you can clearly hear sounds of people digging and stuff on that end. I suppose this, it's in part because this is also kind of a big-ish room, but not on the same scale, that's for sure. Right, these guys throw stones too. I need to look into, I'll look this up in a minute. I want to see if explosive stones, because I can't remember. I know poison stones get a, at least I'm pretty sure they get added in one of the bell bearings, because, or rather, it's not so much a bell bearing as one of the merchants sells them already, which obviously if you kill him, you can get his bell bearing. It's the explosive stones and explosive stone clumps that I'm unsure about because I don't remember. So I do want to like find out if they happen to have a merchant or bell bearing for us to grab. Nothing makes it easier to plan meal prep than being super hungry. I feel like, honestly, sometimes just being especially hungry makes it even harder to meal prep in my, you know, it's not nice to meal prep when you're like satiated and full necessarily and just like don't want food at all, because then it's hard to kind of like think about what you might want to eat. So, but you know, it's not so much that you require an appetite either. You just need to not be like stuffed or just being like, ugh, I don't even want to think about food. But as far as meal prep itself is concerned, I think that it can help to at least be like on the hungry side. But if you're too hungry, sometimes you're just kind of like, I just want to eat right now. I don't even want to think about prepping food. Anyways, roll that too soon. You'd think that with light roll that would actually work fine, but it's still not enough distance. Those guys, their forward head bash is like a super long range thing. Alright, we've only got this one left over here, so let's go take care of that real fast. Then we can get rid of all the markers, because that should be everything. Try to get together a grocery list early on in the week so I have everything ready on Sunday. Yeah, I like to try to do meal prep on the weekends and stuff as well, or at least whatever day that during the week that I know that I'll be trying not to like stream and do other shit, because like I'll still sometimes cook dinner and whatnot on a stream night, but I like not having to do a lot of cooking on days that I'm streaming. I just like having lunch and or dinner or whatever that can just be like easy to grab out of the fridge or pantry or what have you that I've already prepped. Unless it's something really fast, like I don't mind making like some eggs or something in the morning or something quick. Yo, Ann, how's it going? You changed your name, I see. I did, slowly transforming. Nice, nice. I see you're a pothead in this run. I sure am, yes. I'm happy to still call you Anne, if that's your preference, by the way, but if you do change your name, like, more or what have you, like, it's all, you just let me know if you prefer a different, nickname in chat or whatever. Call me Corey. All right, I will do that. And apologies in advance if I happen to like forget and call you Anne, but I will try to just call you Corey from now on. All right. So we just have the Impaler's Catacombs left. Let me remove all the markers here because we shouldn't need them. That should literally be the very last thing for Weeping Peninsula. He's throwing stuff at me too. Thanks for asking. Oh yeah, no problem. Was streaming with friends and it was a little too much trouble asking them to call me by something else. Yeah, I gotcha. It's nice being able to like come back to these dungeons to deal with the thralls when you're overpowered because they just don't really feel like anywhere near as much of a nuisance as they normally do. They're still an annoying enemy for sure. Just not anywhere near as annoying. Don't remember if there's an upper level. There does not appear to be to this one, so let's hop down. I remember this, the first time that I saw this room, there's all these like little raised gate portcullis looking things in here that used to make me think that you would get trapped. Or if not trapped, at least it would like some of these would come down and it would sort of turn into like a little maze that you had to like navigate while the undead were, all the putrid corpses were chasing you around and shit. But they don't do that, so it does make me wonder if that was something they had originally intended to have happen, because it would have been cool. But yeah, they're just static. They do not move. Okay, my game kind of lagged there, and well, oh no, it wasn't the lag. It never mind. It's okay. For fuck's sake, let me move. Still annoying. It wasn't lag. It was the stupid fucking prompt for this goddamn thing. It's something I just boggles my mind that they still have not changed that in this game. Like they usually listen to feedback and are pretty good about it. And obviously, like, it can be hard to change certain things after the fact. Like with Sekiro, they're not going to be able to easily, you know, I shouldn't say they can't easily do it, you know, because especially since it already exists, as soon as you get to New Game Plus, you don't have to worry about tutorials anymore in Sekiro, but whenever you start a new game, tutorials are mandatory. There's no way to just, like, turn them off, without a mod anyway. That's something that they could pretty easily code into the game to just say, you know, turn off all tutorial pop-up messages. It's literally like, unless they did it in a really weird way when they implemented them, it would just be like potentially as little as one line of code. If it needs to be in multiple areas, it might be one line of code in multiple areas, but even so, it wouldn't be a lot to just turn that off to say, in new game, you know, if you've beaten the game once before, turn tutorials off. Now, what would be slightly more complicated, and ideally the better way to do things, would be to add a tutorials checkbox in the options menu to just simply turn off and on whenever the hell you want. And it can just be on by default and turn off by default when you hit New Game Plus. And that's more than a couple lines of code, but again, not a complex one, because, you know, you just have to, like, kind of design, you have to do a little bit of design work in your UI. You have to program in like a little Boolean thing, and then for the checkbox, and then you just need, again, that same reference of one line of code for it to say, if this is on, then turn all this off. But when it comes to Elden Ring, the one thing that, like, everybody complains about for good reason is door open message prompts and things like that just, like, you know, the seal has broken, a door has opened somewhere, blah 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 blah. It just stays on your screen and interrupts your ability to do anything other than move normally. You can move around, but you can't interact, you can't dodge, you can't attack or block or anything while that prompt is on your screen. Now, you can instantly get rid of it by just pressing triangle or Y or whatever it is on keyboard. It's probably space or some shit like that. Unless, well, spacebar might be jump. But whatever. It's something easy on keyboard, I'm sure. Maybe E, whatever interact is supposed to be. And so with the press of one button, it just goes away. But that's not how it should work. It should work in such a way that it either A, just does not interrupt you at all. In fact, that shouldn't even be a question. It should not overwrite your character's controls, regardless. If you want to make sure that people take notice of it, have it stay up on screen, and then have it, instead of it being manually dismissed, have it just stay there for several seconds and then eventually disappear. If you want it to be manually dismissed, that's fine to some degree, but then have it be like interact dismisses it. However, you can still use your attacks, your dodge, or whatever else without, you know, like, so only your interact gets overridden, not anything else. If you at least did that much, it would be a lot less problematic, because when you're trying to run through a dungeon and flip a switch, and then that switch causes a prompt to come up, and then you need to immediately dodge an attack that's incoming as soon as you're done with the switch animation, you suddenly can't dodge because this fucking prompt is in the way now. And if you're not paying attention, because of the fact they still let you move, it's real easy to walk into an enemy like I just did and then try to dodge because I'm not paying attention to the little thing that just showed up on my screen, because there's tons of other messages that just flash on your screen and then go away without you having any control over dismissing it at all. So obviously it just kind of goes into the back of your mind a lot of the time as something to just kind of ignore. And you forget to dismiss it. So you're going to fight an enemy, and then you go to like evade or attack or whatever, and then suddenly nothing happens. You're just like, why am I not attacking? What's going on? Only to eventually realize, oh yeah, it's because of this stupid fucking prompt. So I hope maybe they'll change it at some point, but the game has been out for, it'll have been 2 years, I guess, in like mid-February, right? So they've had more than enough time to fix that. I don't think they're going to. It'd be nice if, like, when they do release the DLC, if they just patch that in along with, but I don't know that they ever will. Fucking lock on, don't do that shit. Demi-human ashes. Alright, well that's the Impaler's Catacombs done, so I think we should be all done with Liurnia, or sorry, Weeping and Limgrave now. It's not like there isn't necessarily stuff to collect, but there's nothing that I'm especially interested in, so it's our first 2 full region clears then, or at least first full region clear if we're just going to count all of this as Limgrave, since this does kind of technically count as part of Limgrave. And then hopefully we can kind of speed up a little bit with some of the other ones, because obviously, like, Liurnia will take a bit because there's just so much shit here. Malefactor's Everjail, I think I didn't do. Sorry, one second. Okay, sorry about that. Malefactor's Everjail, I think we went in, like, early on in the run, and then I decided to leave because I was just like, oh yeah, this is just... Adon, Thief of Fire, is going to be kind of annoying to fight because he's just going to roll everything that I do. With Volcano Pots, he might be a bit resistant to the fire damage. He shouldn't be crazy resistant to it, though. So I don't think he'll be too much of a problem. But yeah, I guess let's just come up and just start doing bits of Liurnia. It's going to take us a while to get through all of Liurnia, but we have done at least parts of it. Somewhere along here will be the Crystal Cave. But yeah, I would like to get my revenge on him anyway. I didn't get the other key for Thops. It's not like we need it though, so we'll probably just ignore doing all that. So I didn't really do the rooftops area of the academy, and I don't really need to for any particular reason, so... Unless, you know, I want to go back for like a particular talisman in the future or something, but... If I do, if it's for anything that I want for this character in terms of a post-run thing, I will do it after the run. So we definitely don't need to do that soon. I guess I'll do the dungeon first, because I'm not really running towards the Everjail unless I go up and around. All right. At least while we come back through here, maybe not this one, but like some of the Crystal Cave stuff in the future, we'll be able to get some more cracked crystal just kind of as we go, so that'll eliminate a little need to farm down the road if, Oh my god, can you fucking hit him, please? Thank you. His animations were lined up perfectly for me to miss all 3 shots there. Like, just barely. I suppose that works. I was actually not trying to kill him with the volcano pot, but because I pressed down on the D-pad again to switch back to my crystal darts, but I guess for some reason that input didn't take. But yeah, I'm already kind of like plotting out like a shield run in my head, and you know, whether it's an incentive thing, well, the shield one, like I said, probably will be, unless I just feel like doing it eventually, but I'm still trying to like figure out how I want to like work things for the quote-unquote Domathon. But once we do all that, whatever ends up being an incentive or otherwise, I still want to like just kind of consider how some future runs are going to go, and shield only sounds kind of fun. It might not be that fun. It's really going to depend on how things go, I guess, but but assuming I end up liking it okay, well, that's at least what I'm hoping for anyway. As for like other runs, I definitely have some ideas, but I don't have like a lot of like super concrete like challenge run things figured out just yet. I might at some point do like just some different themed runs for a little bit. It's been kind of fun just to kind of like have time to just play Elden Ring, like, you know, post guide work and everything, where I was just like not even specifically burnt out on Elden Ring or anything like that, but just kind of too busy to like regularly play it for stream or even do much streaming at all. It's just been kind of nice to get to like just chill with the game. And a lot of these challenge runs have been sort of a long time coming for me because they're something that I've wanted to do for a while. But I could see doing like some themed runs or even just like minor challenges. Some of them are not necessarily that minor, but you know, there's like there's particular stat only challenges, different weapon only challenges we could do. Like obviously, you know, shields only would fall into that category, but I kind of want to couple shield only with like no dodging, or no dodge rolls at least. And then as for like some other stuff, I've just got like some themed ideas, or we can try using like specific classes of weapon. But the thing is, like, specific weapon classes, like basically everything in the game is viable. So it wouldn't be like much of a strict challenge to use like anything, with the exception of like your bare fists, because those, well, and or shields, if you want to count those as a weapon, which they kind of technically are. But thought about doing a bingo or something like that. Yeah, it's crossed my mind before for sure. We could do an Elden Ring bingo. I'm not opposed to it. It's kind of a weird one, I think, with Elden Ring, just because it's such a big game. It's really easy to do like certain bingos. But we could try to do like a full card bingo for Elden Ring, maybe. Maybe sometime in the future we could try doing like a race sort of bingo, like Charlie and I, because obviously she's done some bingo stuff and is familiar with like some speedrun stuff, so we could try to do something that's like a little bit more of a casual race and not like a full hardcore speedrunner race, because I don't want to have to practice like specific speedrun strats just to do it. But we could do like a friendly race thing or something. But that probably won't be a specific thing we do like super soon. Or we could like try doing a co-op bingo or something like that. I could see, or some other similar run, if not bingo. But yeah, I want to keep my eye on the convergence stuff for that matter, just because I also want to see, you know, once the game is more like fully out, I want to be able for us to like have the opportunity to do that in co-op as at least like, if we don't end up doing anything else in co-op right away, like I want that to kind of be an option. Okay, I'd like to not have buffered rolls, please. I'd love to have the chance to heal, but I'm a little surprised to be dying to the fucking Bloodhound Knight in goddamn Liurnia of all places. I mean, again, we don't exactly It's not like we have like a crazy amount of vigor, or certainly we don't have armor really. Also, I forgot that you kind of get like a run back on this one. I thought there was a Stake of Marika here, but I guess not. Unless I blindly chose not to use it or something. Definitely give me more of this Crystal Cave moss. We can use that for preserving boluses anyway, so... Game, please don't do that. I should really have just not been trying to get fancy with fucking volcano pots in this guy. Was like, I guess, my main problem here, but... But then, like, I had a buffered roll, which got me attacked again, or rather hit. And then I went to go to heal because I thought he was backing off, and then he wasn't backing off. He was just like, nope, I'm attacking you again, so... Just kind of fell apart there at the end of the one attempt. We should have enough for a level, I think, now, though. A bit more dex. Finally reached level 100. Alright, so we've done that. The Everjail is coming up. What else have we done here? We did the Village of Albinorix. I remember that's the Omen Killer. I know we killed that boss there. What else is something we can mark? We have not done any of the Deathbird or Deathrite birds in this area, or Knight's Cavalry, I think. So they're all available to do. We've not done the Bell-bearing Hunter here. We finished Carrion Study Hall, so that's something we can just mark off. What else? What else? What else? Yeah, there's like a Knight's Cavalry here. There's lots of like dungeons and shit around these areas. Obviously, we've done Raya Lucaria Crystal Tunnel. Yeah, we did the Erd Tree. We have not done Ruinstern Precipice yet, so that's an option. We did do Carrier Manor. I'll just put that here. We did not kill Adula, but Adula doesn't really count because Adula isn't really... It's a boss in the sense that they have a boss health bar, but you can't kill that dragon. Well, technically you can if you have an absurd amount of ridiculous damage and can somehow kill it before it disappears, although doing so is nearly impossible without debug or cheats of some sort. But killing this version of Adula still, even if you do kill the dragon there, it doesn't really do anything. You don't get any reward, and it doesn't, like, kill Adula here for you or anything. You still have to actually kill Adula in the main fight. We did this Erd Tree. So that one we can mark. Obviously, we've done the Academy. I'm just not even going to bother marking the Academy because that's obvious. For me, at least. We did the Dragon, which would also kind of go along with the Academy, of course, but that one I'll at least just mark anyways. And I guess that's everything we've done. Dungeon and field boss wise. Actually, I might have done the Tibia Mariner up here. I don't know for sure, though. I'll have to check. I feel like I encountered it, but I might have just run by. Let's go, I guess, quickly up here just to see. My mouse decided to glitch. Come on. Okay, now I can actually control things properly. It's not really going to be too much of an issue because I'm not using weapons or anything anyway. But I don't want to be running around with that glitch anyways, just in case. Sorry, hang on just one more second real quick. It's 238 bosses in Elden Ring? I don't think there's that many. What are they counting as... Who is counting what as bosses for that number? Because I'm pretty sure... I thought it was 165. Oh, just some clickbait. Well, you know, whether it's clickbait or not, like 238 might be... If that's like from some article that got pushed to the top of Google or something like that, they probably just aren't counting bosses properly. Like they might be counting strong enemies that are otherwise bosses in different locations, but don't themselves have a boss health bar and therefore a boss like count as a boss. So, for example, the demi-human queen that we fought in this ruin right here is not a boss. She works like a boss in that she is the same model and has similar kind of, you know, everything to... I mean, she's the exact same type of enemy as the boss variants of the various demi-human queens in the game, but this one does not get her own boss health bar and boss music. She's just therefore technically like a mini boss or a strong enemy or whatever you want to refer to it as. And there's a lot of stuff like that in the game. There's a Tibia Mariner, for example, up here in the mountaintops, which is not a boss under the exact same rule set. So, but every other Tibia Mariner that you encounter in the game is a boss because it has a boss health bar, which I realize is kind of confusing. But I don't know that I killed this guy before. I did not. I think I just ignored him because I didn't really need the prayer book, but figured I'd collect it anyways. Okay, so yeah, really quickly, let me check and see if we killed the Tibia Mariner here already or not. If not, we can just do that real fast. We did not. Also, Alexander might be here still. Where'd you go, buddy? There he is. there wasn't even like a death noise there. He just sort of keeled over. Okay. So he's not. All right. So Alexander will probably just move on then to somewhere. I'm trying to think. We don't really need to finish his quest line, but I figure that I probably will for his warrior jar shard in the long run. It's not, you know, I was kind of endeavoring to just not kill any jar people in this entire run, since we are a jar slash pothead ourselves. I suppose I could just wait until the run is over to do it, but just in case I want to use this character at all, since I've got like a built character for anything else regarding like Charlie's anniversary or just any other old thing, it might help to have the Alexander jar shard. So okay, let's mark just right here for that Tibia Mariner, I guess. Further down in the area, you'd encounter the Knight's Cavalry, but it's not nighttime, so I'm not gonna like try to make my way there just now. Let's head back over here where we were so we can get this out of the way. Stupid. I genuinely annoy fighting NPCs, but because they're any of the ones that count as bosses we have to do if we're doing all bosses, so that means Adon, that means Lord Contender Vike. It means a number of different things, so. But yeah, volcano pots do at least make that kind of stuff a little easier generally. There is technically one thing I guess I did forget to do in quote-unquote weeping, which would be we need to go back and kill the grafted scion in the beginning of the game. It's sort of kind of technically weeping, or not weeping, sorry, Limgrave. I keep saying Limgrave for whatever reason. Roll into it, idiot. Yeah, much easier with volcano pots. That guy's nowhere near as like annoying as some of the later game. Not even specifically late game. He's just not generally as annoying as some NPC enemies in this game that operate much faster and are far more aggressive. That dude likes to RP walk at you half the time. Okay. That's done. So with those ones done, we have a lot of stuff. Let me consult the map really quick. We should probably go meet with Hyetta for the hell of it too. So that's just something I could quickly go take care of. I tell you what, let's go from here. We'll kill the Knight's Cavalry, and then we can make our way towards Hyetta. And get her to, well, all three locations taken care of while we're here. Because we'll probably want to, I mean, we don't need to kill Vike up here, but we might just do it anyway. Alright, nope, not level up. Pastime, Nightfall. There he is. Morning, Adamatron. How's it going? Okay, he keeps just outspacing each one that I throw at him right now. There you go. Good old Ice Spear. One of the better Ashes of War in this game, honestly. At least for like something that's kind of like on the simpler side. Not overly complex, because there's tons of great skills in Ashes of War in this game. Doing alright. How's the game being for you today? Pretty good. Can't complain so far. Alright, so with him done, let's put one there. Maybe one of the best, not visually impressive ashes. Yeah. I don't even necessarily mind if they're visually impressive or not. I mean, obviously they can be really cool when they are, but it's nice when they're just really effective. PvE or PvP. Well, I wanted to pick that up. Oops, okay. I just couldn't pass up, you know, so many enemies in one place and not hitting them with a volcano pot. Alright. Let's get on up over to this Grace. You're not the Grace. The Grace is up here. Oh, Lord, he coming. Visual spectacle won't win fights, but they're still pretty dang cool to look at sometimes. Yeah, exactly. Faux show. There's definitely a few like skills in this game that are both visually impressive and really effective to use, which is always a nice combo. I'm continuing impressed by Volcano Pot. Yeah, it's honestly like Volcano Pots have really kind of carried this run. I did not realize how strong they were going to be ultimately. I kind of figured they would be one of the better ones to use because I remember a long time ago watching one of Gino's runs for consumables only. Well, or at least I don't know if he's done more than one that he's like put out on YouTube at least, but I know he did like an all bosses one that I watched a long time ago. And I remember him using volcano pots, but I didn't remember them being like particularly strong. I think because he was like switching it up a lot. But I'm assuming he came to the same conclusion that they were quite powerful. So. Alright, we should have the one from Edgar already, I think. So let's talk to her here. Since we're in the area.
Would you donate any? I'm on a pilgrim when I eat one. Oh, Now I can feel that aside, delectably a sight they must. No. Not all of those people. So those noises. Sorry, don't mind me. I apologize.
Y'all good?
I'll be fine. I apologize. I'll be
All
fine.
right. Yep, she only just now learned that we've been feeding her human eyes this whole time. Not just any old regular human eyes. They're Shrubbery grapes, you know. They're still human eyes, but is what it is. All right, let's. I'm not looking forward to it. Let's fight the bell-bearing hunter since we're on this side of things. Volcano pots and crystal darts forever. Yeah, the nice thing about them, and honestly, I could probably use some stuff like freezing pots and whatnot more, just because we have easy farms for these things now. But I just haven't really had the need to use a lot of other stuff. So things like swarm pots. Swarm pots aren't really too bad resource-wise in terms of like their cost, but farming the materials for them is a little bit of a pain in the ass because blood-tainted excrement I haven't found like a particularly nice farm for. I can farm them in Mogwin Palace, but it's not exactly a nice farm. It's kind of, it's very dodgy a lot of the time. Plus they're not as good as like regular like swarm of flies and things like that. Kukri already does bleed anyway, so I feel like this is a little bit of an overkill if you're just trying to have bleed. Freezing pots are easier for me to get the materials for, at least sort of, but I actually should have farmed up some of those off stream. I kind of forgot about that, but we're gonna only be using those here and there anyways, so it's all good. I always do that. All those red albinarchs and giant birds suck. Yeah, so the blood red variant of albinarchs can be annoying, but when you're on horseback, they tend to not be too big of a problem when you're just running through an area. The bloodbane giant crows, on the other hand, are really fucking annoying to deal with. Did I kill this guy already? I think I did on Ash of War. I don't think I had done it here, but Muriel doesn't seem to want to leave.
I welcome. I am.
Just talk to you really quick just to make sure.
Well, the shattering. It is here by the matter, and so the earth.
This guy can be really shy sometimes. I mean, yeah, he definitely can be, but I've now rested a couple of times. He should just show up, but sometimes he is weird about it, admittedly. Did I happen to kill this guy already? I feel like I didn't. I feel like I did. Unless he's not the bone peddler, right? That's the other one. But he's not appearing, so did I kill him already? Does anyone remember? He's not appearing. Meat peddling one? Maybe I did kill him already. Hang on. Because I think I can buy meat from here. I must have, I guess. I remember getting the Bone Peddlers one. The thing is, I remember killing him on the Ash of War one. I don't remember killing him on this, but maybe we did do it and I just forgot. No, because I don't have meat to give you, and I don't have a bell bearing, so... I've done the bone one and the gravity stone one. So those two, it's the bone peddler is Limgrave, I'm pretty sure, and then gravity stone is Altus, I think, or no, sorry, Kaled. Altus is the medicine one, I think. So he should be there, but he's not appearing for some reason. I don't know why. I can try talking to Muriel again a little bit just to see if something's causing a weird, like, flag to be not triggered. Hey, Magneto Eel, how's it going? Oh, is he gonna show up now? Nope, Muriel's still there.
Oh, was you are free? I would, sir, if you find, unless, in which case. Oh, what? Very well. Heresy, all thing. Oh, very well. Heresy, all thing. Oh, very well. Heresy, all thing. Oh, very well. Heresy is all thing.
Oh, very well. Let me see, all thing.
Oh, very well. Heresy is all thing.
Oh, very well. Heresy, all things. Alright. I'm just giving all the scrolls and books to him for now, because I don't know if we'll care too much about Selin and Corrin's quest lines. Maybe it's not nighttime right now. I feel like it is nighttime, but it is. Let me take it to noon and then back to nightfall again. Muriel is just not leaving, and this son of a bitch is just not showing up. And it's not tied to Elimer being alive in the Shaded Castle. He should appear regardless, so I don't know why he's not appearing. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Do you have to enter Raya Lucaria first? I've been to Raya Lucaria, but it did occur to me that we could at least try. This is not something you should ever have to do, but we could try taking the Sending Gate, just to see if somehow it prompts him to spawn. If something's just stuck. Also, how's it going, Shadok? Because oftentimes when you take the Sending Gate here, it puts you right into, like, if it's late when you get here, because... So you can end up here at night really easily, and then if you warp from the Sending Gate here to the Church of Vows, sometimes you'll walk right into the Bell-Bearing Hunter fight as a result. So I'm hoping maybe that'll just happen. But I genuinely don't know why the fuck he's not spawning, because it's probably just something's hung up. I probably just need to go rest somewhere else, but I did warp once already. So, or maybe I could quit out of the game, but I don't want to necessarily have to do that if I can just travel around, do something else, and then come back and see if it'll work. Maybe do one hit on Muriel and then rest. Like jump at him? I don't think jumping's going to do much here. It's kind of hard to jump on his hitbox in a hostile way, but we can do this.
Bakusa.
White Wolfie, how's it going? Welcome in. Since it came out, I have never not once been hit by an enemy in Elden Ring because I haven't played it. Well, perhaps you should. It's a good game. Welcome in all the same, and thank you for the follow, by the way. Yeah, he is just not fucking spawning. I do not know what the fuck is going on. I guess let's just put a pin in this for now. I'm going to put well, I'm not going to put a marker down. I don't know why this is occurring, though. It seems like it's bugged. You know, back when we were working on stuff with the guide, getting the bell-bearing hunters to appear consistently could sometimes be like this. They would be, like, really fucking weird at times. But every time that I did... you know what? Hang on a second. Maybe this is the issue.
You wish to Lord Radigan. He came to the soon however, Radigan taking the mystery as to what, and moreover, you know,
This shouldn't be the issue. But I'm just wondering if somehow Radagon's quest line, or not Radagon's, but Gold Mask's quest line, because we've been near the statue, is somehow causing something to flag with him, and it's keeping him here. I don't see how that would be the case, but since I haven't done any of Gold Mask's quest, and the prompt for it's not coming up anyway. Okay, now he's finally gone. That shouldn't be necessary, but apparently that caused him to get hung up. Now this time, I can keep my distance from you if I fucking want to, so... which is much nicer for a build like this, frankly. Feels good to just kind of to fucking shit on the bell-bearing hunter with a easy ranged concept instead of having to deal with his stupid shit in the shaded castle. I tell you, man, it's mostly that fucking room. It's not even a matter of keeping distance, but something about that room when you're doing the bell-bearing hunt, or sorry, the Elemer fight, it just always fucking makes things so much worse for me somehow. Because I'm not normally that bad at fighting him in melee, or you know, I know how to dodge his 4-hit combo at medium range. If you close into closer distance, he switches his second hit of that combo out for a slower one, which is an easy roll catch if you're not careful. But as long as you stay at like medium range or close range, he's usually fairly consistent. But I swear to God, Elemer has been giving me like a ton of trouble lately. But the bell-bearing hunter, not so much. Now, of course, again, with a build like this, I can just keep my distance and he's no fucking problem anyway. But, you know, so if I want to just be unfair and bully him from a distance, I can choose to do so. Okay, so we need to deal with some stuff here. If we're going to finish Haya's quest, we have to get the fingerprint grape as well, which we don't need to do, but I might just do it anyway. But that also means killing Vike, which is going to be annoying because we have to fight Vike anyways later. Let's get that Blade Kitten sword power. I guess that kind of makes some sort of sense. You have to have met Bernal in the shack before he can be replaced with that hunter, right? Well, yes. It's what the issue is that it's a weird flag with Muriel, because normally I'm pretty sure you can actually possibly get to the Church of Vows without having talked to Muriel and still have the bell-bearing hunter spawn. But it's that if you reach Altus, or more specifically the capital, or maybe it's even post Godfrey, I forget what the flag is, but something causes it to where the game wants you to exhaust Muriel's dialogue, or he won't ever leave the church in order to be replaced by the bell-bearing hunter at night, because it wants you to not have the potential to miss the Radagon statue quest thingy. You know, for Corrin and Gold Mask, which again is confusing, but it's something to do with that. I don't remember exactly how the flags work. Because I did the endings guide that worked on all that stuff, so some of the stuff is in there about that, but as far as like how the NPCs themselves specifically work, I didn't work on Corrin and Gold Mask. I did the one that took me the longest was Millicent, but I did Millicent, I did Gowry, I did I think Hugh and Roderica, maybe. Who else? I did Yura and Shabriri. Theirs are pretty straightforward for the most part. I did the Beast Clergyman / Malekith, since he's technically an NPC with a quest line via the Death Route. And a handful of others. Oh yeah, Selen and Jaren as well. But I worked on the NPCs section of the guide with 2 other people, so we kind of divvied them up into groups. And ultimately I had to do passes at nearly all of them because one of the people that we worked on them with had done like a few and then had to get put on to a different little project in the guide stuff, and then the other guy that I was working with was kind of like trying to pick through certain things with a fine-tooth comb, so I had to like go through and check over all the dialogue to make sure that it was accurate to what's in the game, because even if there was like typos and shit, we had to keep those in, which, you know, because that's just the way it is. We're not allowed to fix them, you know. Not that that's all I worked on, just that it's one of the many things for the guides I worked on. I worked on map stuff, I worked on walkthroughs, enemy and boss strategies. Everything in the second guide I had a huge hand in writing. Item, weapon, spell, ash of war, item, it's, well, whatever descriptions that there are. Where to find everything, I had to put all that shit together. That was a nasty part of the second book. Because I had to make like a giant list of where you could effectively get everything, and then we realized that was going to take up too much space, so I had to start like limiting how that list was made. Because I wasn't going to list every possible place you could get like a rune arc. There's literally far too many. So instead I had to be like, here's places where you can get them, and here's the enemies that have a tendency to drop them and what their drop rate is. Stuff like that, rather than being specific. If it was something that didn't have a lot of pickups in the game, I could get specific with it and tell you exactly where to find them. But yeah. Also, hey Lizette, how's it going? Welcome in. I usually have a harder time with the Hunter at the Abandoned Shack, the one in Caelid, than Elemer, but I usually do Shady Castle way late. That's fair. Well, I mean, technically the one that's in Caelid is stat-wise the hardest one in the game, so that makes sense. For a build like this, though, just because if I feel like keeping my distance, I can, the one in Caelid gave me no trouble because I could just kind of outspace him. And I find his 4-hit telekinetic combo is actually much easier to deal with than a lot of his melee stuff. The problem is doing his 4-hit telekinetic combo in Shaded Castle is kind of harder to bait out because he likes being in close range with you half the time, and because of all the shit that's in the room, it makes dodging really difficult even if you do want to stay at a medium distance to bait the 4-hit combo. So he's just a real fucking pain in the ass. Yo, Ken, what up? Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going, everybody? Hello, hello. Hang on, let me give you another shout out. How's it going, Ken? How was the rest of your stream? Hope you're doing well. I did watch like a little bit of the game you were playing. I wasn't really familiar with it before then. Sorry, by the way. I came in after Charlie's raid to say hi, and then I had a work call like immediately, so I wasn't really able to stick around to chat. And then I had to get to my stream too, but either way, hope you had a good one, good stream. How's the boss run going? Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Like I said, it's just we're doing a consumables only challenge run, all bosses at the moment. I've worked my way through most of the game, but we're kind of just running back through early areas now to clean up a lot of the bosses and stuff that I had skipped over. So we've now finished up Limgrave and Weeping Peninsula. We're kind of working on Liurnia right now, and then we've got all the rest to do still, but so there's a lot yet that's left if I want to do all like 165 bosses or whatever it is. But yeah, we are getting there. One moment, hang on, I have a... Sorry, I had to respond to a message from my roommate. Alright, all good. By consumables only, do you mean no weapon, just like bombs and shit like that? Yep, exactly right. So if you look at the bottom left there, I'm cycling through consumables in my tool belt, which I have all here. So mostly the run is me using volcano pots and crystal darts at this point, because these are easily renewable, like farmable resources, or resources that I can farm to craft these things are pretty easy to come by. Some of these you buy, like kukri, fan daggers, throwing daggers you buy, and then the rest of these I can craft, but, you know, some of these I just use very sparingly depending on what they are. I didn't realize they actually scaled with something, never even thought to look. Yeah, I think a lot of people kind of miss that because, especially for anyone's like first run, but even if it's not your first run, unless you're doing something like this, a run specifically where you're trying to use the consumables specifically, it's really easy to overlook. I just realized I had the wrong scorpion charm on for a while still. It's really easy to overlook throwing weapons and stuff like that because people tend to not really use them. Even if you are crafting, chances are you're going to craft like arrows, maybe boluses or other curative stuff. Most people don't get around to actually crafting throwable items, and even if they do, they don't use them very much. So it's not until you maybe decide to do a run like this that you like start really looking into the fact that, oh, these scale with stats, and therefore, you know, it's still worth it to have you scale up certain things. Like obviously freezing pots don't, but we don't need them to. But yeah, so I'm still largely like dexterity, strength, and intelligence. Faith I'm not really putting a lot into just because holy damage it's good against very specific things in the game, but like long term it's not a great damage type, and we don't need to worry about it anyways because there's only like 2 holy pot type things in the game. There's no other like holy weapon consumable type things that we're using. But yeah, it's been a fun run so far. We're wearing a jar on our head because it actually does give us some benefit to our own pot throwables. It makes them a little bit more potent, and it also just looks funny, so there's always that. But yeah, it's been a really fun challenge run, actually. I thought it would be... It's definitely been hard at certain points, but it's like way more viable than I think a lot of people expect it is. Because like with the scaling and stuff, a lot of consumables actually can do pretty good damage. It's just a matter of getting used to like only having limited throwing weapons to chuck at various enemies and bosses. So anything with like a high health pool is where a lot of the challenge comes in. But you can kind of get around that by just having a lot of different consumables, even if you don't have the means to carry a lot. Because obviously, like the max amount I can carry for most things is like 20 cracked pots, 40 crystal darts, or 40 of any type of dart, 40 throwing daggers, 40 fan daggers, only 30 kukri. You can get up to 10 maximum ritual pots to make into different of this variety of pots. I only have 8 of them at the moment. I got to still collect the final 2. And then aromatics, I think you can also have as much as 10 for, but I haven't really been using aromatics because the materials for crafting them are kind of expensive compared to other things. Like, they almost all require rare materials, or at least something that's like not rare, but like just harder to come by. Like I have to kill enemies in larger amounts to really get like this Miranda powder, for example. And it's not like fun to farm them. So yeah, I've just been kind of ignoring those, but I just leave them in my inventory in case I need them. So yeah, and there's even more than that too. Like there's poison, explosive stone clumps, and all that kind of shit as well.
Filtrosity gifted a tier 1 sub to House of Kentai. They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
Yo, Phil, thank you so much for the gift to Ken. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Ken, enjoy the emotes. We've got some new ones actually, and I'm probably gonna try to commission GD pretty soon again for some new stuff. I have to also update my badges on the channel. I've left them to squander for for literally like 2 years. I've got like, I think the highest badge I have on my subscriber badges is like 1.5 years. It's because I made them myself and they look all right, but they're all like shields from various Souls games. And when I got busy with the guide work, I just never had the time to make more badges, so they kind of just sat there. So either I need to make some more new ones, or depending on how busy I get, I might just commission someone to make new badges, or possibly even replace the old ones with. But I kind of like the shields, so we'll see. Yep, I made those shield badges myself. They're not especially good. Like, they're just, you know, they're small, so I didn't have to get, like, crazy with the details. I just want them to actually at least kind of look like the shields they're supposed to be. But of all the badges that there are, like, some of them look okay, and then others... I think the only one that doesn't look, like, amazing is, like, the Bone Wheel shield from Dark Souls 1, or whichever one I used a concept image for. Because I drew them all myself, but I was basing them on some of the icons that exist in the various games. So they weren't exactly hard to draw because of that, but the Bone Wheel shield, like the details, because they're kind of small and on something that's already very small, it makes it really hard to tell what it is that you're looking at. Yeah, I feel like they turned out okay. But I made those years ago, so I got to get back to making some new ones. You know, Elden Ring has a lot of shields to choose from, so I can always like take some shield icons from here and make new drawings of them and do all that. It's just a matter of like finding the time to do it, you know. All right, so let's see. If we're gonna do Hayeda's thing, we have to make our way up here. There's also catacombs here we can do. Ainsel River is another thing we're gonna have to come back down and do as well. So we might do that before we even finish Liurnia, since we're on this side of Liurnia anyway. Let's come up here. I should probably deal with the Frenzy Flame Tower just so it doesn't bother me as we're trying to deal with Vike and stuff, but... No killing jars allowed. Yeah, I think I might, since I don't need Alexandra's Jar Shard, I might not finish his questline at the end of this run. We might just kind of leave him to chill in Farum Azula if I just kind of ignore him there. I'm gonna let this wait out for just a second. But if we leave him there to do that, if I desperately need the shard, I can come back for it post run or something and finish his quest. And how does this fucking tower always fuck me up? Stupid rats are so annoying to deal with. Volcano pots should work okay on these guys. I just have to hit a good spot. It's not so great when you're trying to use, like, something else, but I always like coming here with, like, Gravitas. That hits some of you. I don't think you're all dead yet. That ought to do it. It's not like we can't go up there and kill them. It's just really annoying to do with certain setups. We can just kill them from below. It's convenient. Honestly, I probably could have, like, stepped out of the tower and thrown something up here somehow. Maybe. I'm not sure if we had exactly the height for it or not, but they're taken care of now, at least, so that's fine. So now we gotta make our way up through here and get to the Church of Inhibition. I think I must have run through here before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember doing that. I don't see any items to grab. I just, again, like, because I had done, like, the Ash Vor run, like, right before, or I didn't even finish it, but because I was doing so much of it right before this, I couldn't remember what parts I had done and what I hadn't, so. What's this again? Oh, yeah, Frenzied Burst. Yeah. Nice to have. Alright, we need to be ready to fight Vike here. This should be enough, I think. Hopefully, this won't be too bad. Can I get up to the church? Nope. There is, like, a way you can sort of, like, sneak in here. I think you have to, like, wrap around the other way. It's kind of hard to do. Of course, if you really want to just, like, make it work... Okay. I resent that you popped that bubble without actually hitting me, because that seems a little bullshit, but... Like, it just didn't even really seem like it had actually clipped me, it just sort of did. So I like when they roll into it, that's always nice. Ouch. Alright, he was a little easier than expected, but again, this is like an earlier fight, so he's not exactly scaled up or anything. This might be the last sacred tier. I don't know if we've gotten them all or not. That should be good though now, because there were one or two churches that we skipped, this being one of them, and I did remember feeling like my healing amount from my flasks felt just slightly lower than it should be by the time I was getting into the later game stuff, so that should be better now. Alright, so you're taken care of. This is all good. We can go talk to Hayata towards the end. Yeah, I wanted to say... maybe not. I could have sworn there was like another way you could get up through here, but maybe it's... Oh, wait, can you? I think there's maybe... Yeah, you can like parkour your way up here. And I think he won't spawn if you're trying to... Unless they increased his spawn range, because I honestly don't know. I haven't done that in a long time, but... I just remember testing that way long ago. But you can always kind of force it anyways, because even if you get dismounted while you're like running up to the church, you can just sort of quit out before he actually spawns in to sort of postpone his invasion for a hot second, and then go back in, run a little bit further, and if it looks like he's going to invade, then just do it again. Get yourself into the church, get the grace, and then you're fine if you want to just have that as a checkpoint for while you're fighting him. Okay, now we just want to make our way here for the catacombs, Death Touch catacombs, or sorry, Black Knife catacombs. Let's just go from here. I also need to do Ainsel River, but we can do that directly after, I guess. Hey, Anna, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good one. Just finished Tears of the Kingdom. I'm literally crying. Definitely my game of the year 2023 and one of my favorite games of all time. Very nice. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. It does seem like a very fun game, for sure. Maybe one day I will play some Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, possibly on stream. I don't know. I do own a Switch. I just have had not really much desire to stream Nintendo games because I'm not really a big Nintendo guy, but that isn't to say that it's bad or anything. Also, I don't know why I came down here, but I guess let me just deal with him really quick. I'll just deal with him, and I'm just going to come down here and grab the Grace, then warp back up. And so many people died in here. What the fuck? Lurk in the office. Hey, no worries. Enjoy your lurkville. Thank you again, by the way, if you didn't hear me before, for the gift sub to Ken. Appreciate it very much. But yeah, I don't want to give anyone the impression that I think, like, Nintendo games are specifically bad. They're just... most of them are not, like, my cup of tea a lot of the time. But I still think there's plenty of quality game stuff going on there, you know what I mean? I do like... what I like about Nintendo stuff from time to time is being able to play, like, their co-op stuff with other people. Mario Kart is always a good time. I don't know about Mario Party, at least not necessarily the later ones, because those get a little frustrating at times if you're trying to take them seriously, but if you can not take them so seriously, they can still be really fun. Smash as a series is something that I really just never got into to have much experience with, so I don't really have much of an opinion on Smash. Aside from that, it was something that I never expected to become like a huge cultural thing when it comes to, like, you know, esports type stuff. But then again, if you would have asked me if esports would have even been a thing like a couple decades ago, I would have probably just laughed. Because I remember a time when being a video gamer was very uncool and nerdy and loserish. I was very much a gamer during those days, and I'd never let it bother me, but I never expected that it would become kind of, you know, as mainstream as it is, like many other nerd things. Like video games, I can at least kind of understand. It's not as big of a surprise because, you know, gaming is just a fun activity. The ones that always surprised me a little bit becoming kind of big were like comic books and card games and anything else that's associated with nerddom that became sort of mainstream, and suddenly it was cool to be a nerd. Because I remember being into a lot of that kind of stuff, especially things like D&D or any sort of tabletop gameplay sort of stuff. And I remember, like, constantly fucking hearing that shit just made you uncool. Star Wars, yeah, for sure. Star Wars goes even further back in some of that, like, not further back than D&D, but, like, necessarily anyway, but in terms of just whether it was considered kind of cool to be into it or not, I think for, like, when it first came around, it was kind of not considered uncool to be into Star Wars because it was sort of like a brand new sci-fi thing, you know, back in the 70s, I mean, but god damn this stupid fucking dragonfly. I just don't want it to fucking attack me while I'm fighting the guy. You little... okay. But there was certainly a point in time, especially as time went on, where I feel like it became kind of uncool to be into Star Wars, and then it sort of came back around, like, kind of quickly. But yeah. Still weird. You feel weird using gaming as a verb, for sure. But yeah, I mean, I feel like esports still gets kind of like a negative association at times, especially for things like Smash Bros tournaments, just because, well, fighting games in general have a bit of a rocky reputation as far as being like both really cool, but also kind of, you know, sweaty and toxic at the same time. It's not like any other competitive gaming stuff isn't also potentially sweaty and toxic at times, but like, you know, you hear stuff about the community and then that kind of word travels and then there's like a negative representation associated with it, even if it's not really fair. But I feel like overall that's not as bad as it was at one point. Are any of you having to kind of insist that a recent release isn't your thing over and over recently? I feel like I have to convince people that I'm not interested in Baldur's Gate 3 with proof or something lately. I feel like it depends. It's not so much like something that's recent to right now, but I think any sort of recency bias is something you deal with like any old time. If something is popular enough, like it doesn't even have to be with gaming, but certainly gaming is a big one that we're all kind of into. If something is as popular as like Baldur's Gate 3, people will just you know, not really take a hint when you say, hey, it's just not my thing. You know, personally, I don't care if you like it or not. I know I like Baldur's Gate 3, but I don't care if people like the games that I like or not. You know, it's cool when people like the things that I like, but my ego is not tied up in people online liking the things that I like. I don't need that particular validation, you know. But that's something that a lot of people don't understand. They feel like they need that sort of camaraderie with people, especially like it's targeted towards streamers a lot. They'll just be like, why don't you like the game that I like? You know, rare. And it's not because streamers are special or anything. It's just because, you know, if you're on a stream at the very least, they are kind of the center of attention in that regard. So people are talking to the streamer a lot and wanting their opinion. But yeah, like whatever games you like, whatever games I like. It's cool if we have a way to kind of have common ground over those sort of things where we like the same thing and can sort of commiserate about that sort of stuff and share these things together. But, you know, that doesn't mean that we have to, and I'm not going to be like upset if somebody doesn't like the game that I like or if they like stuff that I don't care for. I don't like The Last of Us 2, but I'm not going to give anyone a hard time over, you know, liking The Last of Us 2. At least not a really hard time. You know, I've gotten into arguments over The Last of Us 2 before, but not because somebody liked it, more that I remember having an argument somewhat recently about this because someone took my sort of potential vitriol the wrong way. And granted, you know, I say vitriol in a sense of honesty here because I was a little heated at the time, but not specifically because of the game or anything. It was just in regards to their remaster of or remake or whatever of The Last of Us 2 coming out, and just so many of us being like, why is this happening? It's not at all necessary. If they need to release it on PS5 still, just release the game, and with the $10 upgrade or whatever from PS4, that's fine. That's all fine. I don't care about that. The reason I got heated during that particular argument is because this person who came in to defend it was sort of putting words in my mouth, or not just mine, but a couple of people who were sharing the same opinion as me. It's just like, why are you so shocked about this? Why do you care so much? It's like, I genuinely couldn't care less most of the time. We were just saying how we are expressing our distaste for the fact that it's become commonplace for big AAA companies these days to keep churning out the same bullshit over and over again instead of coming up with new stuff. That was literally it. The fact that we don't like The Last of Us 2 on top of that was just sort of icing on the cake. It wasn't really a big central piece of the argument. It was more just like, this is unnecessary for a a game that just came out to be getting a remaster slash remake or whatever it is right now. It's completely unnecessary. If you want to just say that it's the PS5 version, that's fine, but they're marketing it as a remake or a remaster, whatever the fuck they said. I don't remember which particular R term they used. The only reason it spiraled into an argument is because like a couple of people came in to defend it, and we were just like, okay, whatever, you can defend it, that's fine. I'm just not going to agree with you. But then they were acting like we were fucking all up in arms about it, and I'm just like, hey, I don't appreciate you putting words in my mouth, or even sentiment, because it wasn't even that you were saying that I was saying a specific thing, but you're acting like, or you're saying that I'm acting a particular way that I'm not. So... That's about the only time that I care to have any sort of disagreement about video games with people, like, to that level where I'm going to actually give a shit. You know, we can disagree about things, you know, civilly all day about one thing or another, to be like, oh, I like this game, or I don't like this game, or we can agree to disagree about one thing or another. That's all fine. We're all adults here. But the moment you start putting words in my mouth or pretending that I'm acting a certain way, even if it's done in error and not necessarily intent, like, that's where I'll start to be a little bit perturbed, you know, to say the least. Link. Come on, quit your teleporting. I know he's like, quit your riding a horse. Come down here and fight me like a headless man. Anyway. That is not to say that I've held any sort of a grudge over any particular argument such as that with anyone. Sometimes these things just happen. Normally, I hold myself to a higher standard of not... It's not even about not engaging, but, like, just not getting, like, you know, upset with somebody over things like that. But just at the particular time, it was, like, early in the morning. I was fucking tired due to just general lack of sleep as usual. That's not generally an excuse, but I just was not really in the mood for tolerating and walking away. I was more just like, you know what, I want to argue about this because I don't appreciate what was just said. Ow, that was my face. I don't know why the game decided to retarget the skeleton after I targeted the guy. It's like my camera just did something weird there, but... Okay. Craft another pile of those. So hang on, let me catch up on chat fully here. But yeah, look. All I'll say is, like, if people are insistent about that stuff, like, normally my response is just kind of like, I get that you like the game, but it's not for me. Like, whether they want to say shit like, but you haven't given it a try, so how can you have a full formulated opinion? You can simply say, I don't care. Like, I've looked at the game, I've seen gameplay, you know, that type of game just isn't for me. You can enjoy it as much as you like, but again, if we can all be respectable adults about this sort of thing, like, let's just leave it at that, you know? Let my likes and dislikes be what they are. Why are you not getting up? Now he wants to get up. Alright, another black knife. This one could be a little annoying, but let's find out, because it is a very tiny room to fight in, but... Okay, the terrain screwed me again. I got stuck on a fucking pew, a bench, whatever you'd like to call it. My stamina. Bye-bye. That's one of the two bosses in here. You have to do the Fallout dailies? It's gonna feel so boring in comparison. I'm sorry. I don't like going out on about it much, but I'll watch. Oops, hang on. Oh, of course, the prompt, as always. I thought I would be safe for a moment until I walked through further in here, but they have decided they are angry with me now. Are we finally attempting sewer mode? Not right now, but we will at some point. We're still doing some early game stuff, but how's it going, Kombucha? How you feeling? Hope you're doing well. I'm gonna skip the Rosis Axe or whatever it's called. I don't really feel like I need it for any particular reason. Actually, how many Stone Sword keys do we have at this point? 10? It's not like we can't get more. I guess not. Well, alright. I'll come back if I want it for something in the future. I don't think I'm going to want it, so. A Necromancer run would be kind of fun if we wanted to get that axe and then, you know, use stuff like that and, Phantom Slash, and we could use, like, Ranker spells, maybe. Just anything that's, like, skeleton, skull, you know, death spell related. You know, Fia's Miss would be nice if Deathblight did much of anything to most of the stuff in the game, but I guess you can at least use it on NPCs, but that's also not something we're going to try to get, like, early on, so. But I wouldn't mind doing, like, a necromancy sort of playthrough as another theme to run. Definitely had better days, so I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that you feel better soon and that your day gets better. Alright, sorry, let me actually catch up on chat for real now. I don't like going on about it much, but I'll watch EVO each year and stuff. Yeah, nice. Competitive Smash Bros. Players don't use deodorant. Yes, I've heard a lot of that. I'm sure sometimes that's true. I also feel like that's not always the case, but I've heard that a lot of collective, like, competitive gaming events and speedrunning events and things like that, you know, just sometimes some gamers just don't seem to want to shower, but, you know, some people are also just kind of naturally sort of stinky when they're crammed up in a room for hours, so even if you are practicing decent hygiene, sometimes it's just difficult to avoid that, especially with guys, just because one of the unfortunate effects of testosterone on the body is that your sweat is naturally a lot smellier. I guess that's true. I'm just getting more Baldur's Gate 3 pressure from people that are usually more respectful of different opinions than I've experienced in at least a long while. For sure. I could see that. I think, yeah, just coming from a place of want of inclusion, just so that I'm probably with you on Last of Us 2, and that's not a stoke the fire. Yeah, again, in general, like, even if you didn't feel that way and you absolutely loved Last of Us 2, I have my reasons for not loving it. I'm not a fan of Neil Druckmann, and I'm not a fan of the writing in the game at all. Like, it's genuinely pretty bad. The writing, in my opinion at least, the writing could be better, and telling a very similar story if it had just been structured differently. But I feel like the game does very little to actually endear you to Abby as a character, and it's much more likely for most people who, for whatever reason, aren't just like immediately endeared to her for some bizarre, strange reason. You're much more likely to end up hating her than ever liking her, because her whole supposed redemption feels extremely hollow, and she's not. I wouldn't really say she's especially tested or punished or anything in the run of the game. Like, does she lose some people? Yes, but there are people that she wasn't overly close with in the long run, so I don't know. It feels like in the grand scheme of that game, Ellie gets fucked over. She also just gets kind of screwed as a character in general. Like, I feel like they kind of fucked her up a bit. And this is full on spoilers, obviously, for The Last of Us 2, but, you know, if you care. Anyway, I'm not going to go into all that stuff. The thing is, like, there's bits that people got pissed about with The Last of Us 2 that don't necessarily piss me off that much. You know, the way it was handled could have definitely been handled better. But, you know, there are, like, some decent moments of the game. Just overall, I think it's pretty bad. And The Last of Us as a series in general is overhyped. Like, the first game is a really good story, but it's not a great game. The gameplay itself is very mid. It's a competent survival horror, and I say very loosely in quotes survival horror, because it's not particularly scary and it's not particularly heavy on survival elements. It's got some, but the gameplay itself is very, like, basic and not really offering anything new. It's just the story that is what really carried the first game, because the story is presented very well and it's very, very well thought out. And then, you know, Neil Druckmann made the just ever so brilliant decision to get rid of Amy Hennig, who is a pretty well established and brilliant writer, who likely would have made something really good out of the sequel. But even so, could have just been like, okay, well, maybe you really want to do your own other thing. Maybe you could still tell a good story, but that's not what we got, in my opinion. We got something pretty fucking trash. And that's not even specifically any sort of defense of Amy Hennig. It's just more, I feel like if whatever vision she had for the main kind of, like, writing bits of that, I expect we're probably going to be a bit different. And due to their creative differences, she ended up not working on the project for very long. After the fact, at least. Anyway, but yeah, regardless of whether or not the game is good, it does not need a quote-unquote remake and then, or remaster, and then branding it as such is just in general stupid. If they were just going to say something like, hey, we're finally releasing this for the PS5, and we'll do what a lot of games for the PS5 have done recently that were dual platform or multi-generational, I mean, you can get the PS5 version if you already own the PS4 version for a $10 upgrade. I think that's relatively fair. I don't have a problem with that. But they're marketing it that it's a remaster when it's kind of not really. They're just finally releasing the new version of the game. And there is quote-unquote DLC with it. So if people want to look at it as like a $10 DLC, I guess that's fine. But you can kind of see the corporate fine print all over the fucking thing that just seems really scummy about the way they're handling it. And yeah, I'm not a fan. Anyway, enough about that subject for now. But yeah, I definitely do get where you're coming from about like the whole Baldur's Gate 3 thing. Like, yeah, sometimes you just gotta like firmly, but somewhat gently, but still firmly remind people that, you know, you're just not into something and they need to just stop pressing you about it. Like, they're allowed to like it all they want, but that does not mean that you are obligated to either A, play it, or B, feel obligated to discuss and dissect why you don't want to play it, and, you know, et cetera, just to have a valid opinion on what it is you don't like about it or why you don't want to play it or any of those kind of things. It's okay to just be like, it's not for me. Let's leave the subject at that. But anywho, seriously considering going to the ER and getting myself admitted. I'm in a very not great place right now. Well, that really sucks to hear, man, but I hope things get better. And yeah, I mean, if you feel like you need help, then definitely go. Oop, I didn't realize I had that equipped. Just trying to get the house in order before I go. Yeah, I understand. I hope things get a bit better for you real soon. Alright, I think that's everything for this side, with the exception of heading down to Ainsel River, which I think I'll just do now. I guess technically there's a dungeon over here, which you could kind of count as being on this side. Oh, actually, there is one here, too. We can do that. I want to do that before we do Ainsel River. I also need to go get my tire fixed because apparently I have a flat, so that's fun. Yeah, I guess that'll happen, but sorry, dude. Alright, let me on in here. It's been a while since I've been in this one. I forget exactly what we're gonna fight in Cliff Bottom here, but we'll figure it out. Still need about 20,000 for our next level, so we'll just continue going strong here. Should be... I guess that's all the boys in here. I thought there was a third one, but... This isn't a watchdog fight, is it? It might be. I honestly can't remember which boss this is in this particular catacomb. I think it's been quite a while since I've visited the Cliff Bottom catacombs, so I genuinely cannot remember off the top of my head. Because most of any sort of recent Elden Ring stuff that I've done, I haven't really gone out of my way to try to do all content. I did that on my first couple of playthroughs. I did literally like everything, but since then I've definitely skipped a handful of things, so plus it's just been a while, so I don't remember exactly what all is going to be where at this point. Oh, okay. Please actually throw it at the target, thank you. I don't remember there being any illusions here, but just checking to be sure. Okay, just making sure. Alright, up here. Get the stone sword key. Oh yeah, you. Throw jars at your friend. He's real close. Yeah, do it. Unfortunately, you did not do enough damage for me to use any less resources on you, so I guess that's gonna just... Well, no, I guess it was like one less hit. That's fine. We got something out of it, I suppose. All content is a huge commitment. Oh yeah, for sure. I definitely don't really want to like try doing that again anytime particularly soon. I was gonna step there, sir. But you can just be dead instead, that's fine. Let's see. There was definitely like another thing we could have gotten like further back, so I am probably gonna have to backtrack a little bit, but should be alright. Hello. Hello to both of you. So yeah, we gotta make our way to there. Should definitely refill up on mana here before I get, or sorry, FP before I get especially low. All good. Alright, so that should be everything from that side. Let's just go ahead and drop back down here and... so what I want to do, I think, is just drop down, but let me just make sure that there's not anything else over here that I missed. Alright, we didn't actually check the stone sword key door. I don't remember what's through here. I guess we'll open this one. Hey, we had candles in there for light and you ruined it. Just the one guy? That doesn't seem right. Oh yeah, the mirror helm. Forgot all about that. Not that we'll be using it because we'll be sticking with the jar helmet, but interesting helmet though, nevertheless. It does feel like a very Game of Thrones reference. There's a character that wears something like very similar to this, if I remember correctly. Knowing that, you know, Miyazaki is a big fan of George R.R. Martin and I guess probably Game of Thrones. It kind of makes sense that there might be a reference or two. Design-wise. Alright, I think that was everything. Hang on, one last quick look up here, just to make sure. So we walked up here, we went past this, and then... continued that way. Yeah, I don't think there was any other, like, branching path. We should be fine. Definitely just goes to show that I haven't been here in quite a while. I also forgot to keep my health full for the extra damage. I was thinking it didn't really matter, but I forgot that I was wearing that talisman. I should have thrown this on you from above, frankly, but... oh, what? Okay, game, can I roll, please? Lock-on screwed me. It was locked on for like a second as I was rounding the corner, and then it dropped, and one of my shots went at him, and then the other one just didn't. Where's the dude? I hear him walking around. We should probably sneak up on him or something. Or not. I fucking hate their grab so much. It's not gonna kill me here because we're still a little over leveled for the area, but their grab, the reason why their grab is so annoying, I should just get better at dodging it again, but like many things in this game, it has, you know, pinpoint tracking, so even if you roll past them, they instantly turn around and grab you. It's literally fucking absurd that they just turn on a dime like that. They spin in place to grab you with shit sometimes. As if it wasn't already like hard enough to avoid already. Like, you just have to iframe the grab itself, but it's very delayed, so getting the right timing can be tricky. Yes, an omen is an omen for sure. And the just waggling the sweatpants booty right in the screen there. Mr. Shuriken Sean. Getting a little bit more lewd than what we normally see in Elden Ring. It's not that hard to outspace the grab if you're already like farther away, but if you're close, it's a pain in the ass. Tasty. All right, that'll do it. So yeah, it might be another Erdtree Burial Watchdog fight. I honestly can't remember which one this is. As soon as I see it, I'll be like, oh yeah, okay. Which is not just me saying it, but like I'm sure I'll actually kind of remember, but yes it is. Slightly sketch. I should not really have been standing quite that close. All right. Easy enough. I know we're a little bit strong right now, so it might seem kind of silly to say, but I really am enjoying this run a lot. I like, you know, as much as the DILF sweatpants, as much as like Ashes of War has been fun at times, it's also been frustrating at times, and challenges often are, don't get me wrong, and I'm not necessarily done with Ashes of War. I'd still like to finish it, unless I just, you know, for whatever reason don't feel like continuing it. But what was the fight? Yeah, it was the scepter variety of the watchdog, so you know, the caster one, which I thought it might be, but I was not sure either. So yeah, the Ash of War run, like I was trying to like keep it interesting, and it felt like I don't know why it was like feeling difficult to keep the run interesting by just using Ashes of War. I feel like in this it's a lot more varied, even though I'm largely using only 2 consumables most of the time. I kind of like, you know, having to switch things up on the fly. It adds like some extra layers that you don't normally have in Elden Ring like as often. And one thing I appreciate a lot in this game, or any Souls game, is mobility. I typically love being able to dodge frequently and not just be super passive and tank stuff, or, you know, have to force trade damage. Like, sure, I'll do it on occasion, don't get me wrong, but it's just one thing that this run has that Ashes of War didn't really have, is just that mobility, because with the exception of certain things like kukri and even throwing pots to a degree, I can usually like throw something and then roll away much more quickly, so it's not as difficult to like choose when to attack. And even for the thing about like the slower ones, like even with pots or kukri or whatever, I can usually like choose a slightly safer distance to do it at. The Ash of War run has stuff like that, but because I'm not trying to specifically just use things like Stormblade and Ice Spear and whatever the whole time, I want to still use melee, but because I can't use regular quicker attacks, I'm stuck kind of using like these slow to set up, slow to pull off attacks that sometimes miss, or just cause me to take damage, or sometimes I take damage before I can even really get the attack off. And for certain fights, it just becomes kind of frustrating. And, you know, when you're only doing like the exact same attack over and over and over again, it also starts to feel, I don't know, maybe a little bit boring. It's not like the game itself becomes boring, but you know what I mean. It just gets a little tedious at times. So while this run is definitely still challenging, I do find like that there's just, I don't know, there's something about it that I just kind of enjoy more, and maybe just because even though it's not the regular type of combat, it still feels close enough when it comes to playing with a lighter build that I don't feel as punished for using like unorthodox methods. Anyway, hopefully all that made sense. Let me take one quick gander at the map here and see what locations are looking like over here. Excuse my yawning. I'm still sleepy. So maybe... browser's being weird. I'm trying to just load up the map here. Let me try this again. Elden Ring map. If it wasn't going to like take a little bit of CPU processing power to run it, I would run my own markup map that I have in like Photoshop and shit for the various areas rather than ever look at something like Fextra Life, because Fextra Life gets shit wrong all the time. But alright, so there's Stillwater Cave, which I knew about, and then just making sure I'm not forgetting anything. It doesn't look like I am on this side, so we're good there. So we'll do Stillwater Cave, and then I want to take a little detour out of Liurnia to do Ainsel River, the first half of Ainsel River, since we've done like the second half stuff. So that'll be over here. And I'm just gonna mark this so I don't forget to go there after. The watch kitty with a scepter. It is kind of funny that they're called watchdogs, despite looking like cats. Like, obviously they don't exactly look like cats either, but they look far more like cats than they do dogs. But clearly in this context, by watchdog, they mean like a guardian, sort of. I don't know if it's like a translation thing. I don't even really think that it specifically is, but, you know. Like, they do pay attention to the localization for these things a fair bit, before stuff is, like, officially named, especially when it's officially named in the game with an actual bit of text, so they would generally know. Doesn't mean that, like, mistranslations and stuff like that don't happen, or you know, if the localization for something is difficult, things like that do occur, but you know, usually they're pretty picky about their names. Now, normally I would just ignore these flowers and shit, but I think we're gonna actually kind of kill some stuff on our way through here for once. Most of the time, I, like, just quick run through this cave. Yeah, that's real nice when we can just kind of clear everything out. I always leave this area kind of a big mess of enemies every time because I just don't ever bother to kill anything in here. Except for, like, you know, maybe some of the rot disciples here. I don't see you up there. It's like they were reacting to me saying that. I could have sworn I just switched to... Okay. I had meant to switch to my darts. Somehow screwed it up, but... Maybe my input got ignored again. I'm not sure what occurred, but... This room I remember used to kind of suck before the game was released. It didn't really have different enemies in it, although I feel like their placement might have been slightly different. I want to say this operatic bat used to actually be like in that same pile of bats with them instead of off to the side. But for whatever reason, she was always like extra scaled up, so it made this room really difficult to deal with, which I imagine was just like a mistake. But for some bizarre reason, she had just like a lot of HP, and her poison would just like, well, you'd typically just get poisoned very quickly. I don't know if her poison was actually any stronger than normal, but it just always seemed like she was way tougher than she should be. Alright, switching between the Switch and the PS is always so confusing to me because the buttons for confirm and cancel are switched. Yeah, that's one thing I just don't like about Nintendo controllers in general. I don't like that they use like B or whatever it is for confirm on most things, / interact or whatever. I think that's, considering like every other console and controller in existence does not do it that way, it just feels really silly to have it that way. Like, as much as people will praise Nintendo for being sort of innovative, that's the thing that I feel like is keeping them in the past a bit. They should... I'm not saying you always gotta conform with things, but I don't think that you need to be especially, like, unique in terms of your controller button layout and operation. It's gonna likely just be annoying. Now, to be fair, a lot of Japanese controllers are a little bit different. I don't know if their layout is necessarily different in terms of you know, that you're going to like push say something like, instead of X for a lot of games, that you might push circle like on the right side where it normally is on like a European or American controller. But I feel like the buttons themselves are swapped, if I remember correctly, like for PlayStation. So like circle is where X is and X is where circle is. Or something like that. I forget exactly what the deal is. I just know I've heard Marcus talk about it like a million times because it always screws him up when he's trying to play like a Japanese game, or if he's using a Japanese controller, because his inputs are like swapped. But not quite necessarily in the same way that like Nintendo's is. With Nintendo, it's just more like you press confirm on the button that seems like the one that you shouldn't be using to confirm with. It's the one you should be using to cancel or go back with, because it's not really even in the optimal position for all that. I am going to put like poison cure on here in case I need it. I shouldn't, but I think Marcus said the PS buttons are switched in Japan, at least for older PlayStation consoles. I think he said X is cancel on PlayStation, O is confirmed there. Yeah, so that's the true and what I was just mentioning, but I don't know if it's because, you know, your inputs, like you're just pressing the different inputs to confirm. I think the buttons themselves might be literally swapped, but I'd have to ask him because I honestly don't remember. Like, in other words, circle might be where X normally is. So in other words, the bottom face button might still be the one you're still pressing regardless. But just for Japanese controllers, it might be circle is in that spot. I honestly don't know. It could be the other way around. It might be that, you know, it would make sense for them to not be swapped around, because for manufacturing reasons, that would be kind of stupid. So It's probably just that it works like Nintendo consoles and circle just is confirmed. So it's in the same place, but their inputs, you know, in terms of the programming side is swapped. So X and is run and dodge, whereas normally it would be like confirm for something like Dark Souls, and circle is confirm instead. Which means that for something like Elden Ring, X would be run and dodge, and circle would be jump. Nice job, Clean Rat. Well done. There's that winged sword insignia, which could potentially be good for us. I don't know. I might have to see if I can test it, to be honest. Because if it somehow triggers off of consecutive hits from something like the pot, it could be useful. If not, and if it's just consecutive attacks, because I believe it says attacks, but if it works off of consecutive attacks entirely, and I think that's supposed to be how it works, it might still work for something like our darts if we throw them quickly enough, but it also might not. I don't know if it affects consumables or not. I've never really tested it for that. I'm sure somebody in our group did, but that was not me. $30 FPS didn't used to bother me, but like, damn, it's 24, time to upgrade the hardware. Oops, I did it again. I played with your heart. Got lost in the game. All right, yeah, I feel like, you know, growing up with anything that was like 30 FPS, you know, once we had 30 FPS games, like they were the standard of the time and they looked completely normal. And then 60 FPS kind of became the standard, and then a lot of people were just like, you know, who cares? No one needs 60 FPS. It's fine, whatever. But when you get used to 60 FPS and then you try to go back to 30 FPS, like, you notice it immediately. As much as anyone who was saying shit like, you know, the human eye can't see 60 FPS is like, well, it can see fucking something, because, you know, it's a very noticeable difference. You can immediately tell that it does not look as good. Now, much beyond that, you won't notice a huge difference if you go from, like, especially if we're doubling again, if you're going to 60, from 60 FPS to... Oh, wait, did I guess I did get this grace. I forgot I ran down here to do this. Yeah, if you are going from like 120 or 60 to 120, you're probably not going to notice. I think you might notice a bit of an uptick in quality, you know, beyond 60, but after a certain point, you're not going to notice a lot of a difference. Oh, he's already dead. Alright, we do the old Ainsel River. This should go relatively quickly, since this is still early game stuff, but we've done, I think, pretty much everything else in Ainsel River. Right? Because we did we do everything in Nextella? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, because that just leads out to the Lake of Rot. There's not like a boss directly in here. And then that leads to Estelle, which we've done, so we're all good with there, with that. On this side, there's just the Dragonkin Soldier of Nocstella. Is he attacking already? What are we at actually right now with resources? We got 862 more volcanic stone. So that should last us for at least a bit. 326 crystal darts in storage. And then enough to craft another 500, well, over 500. Like total darts. It's like 100 different crafted units, but you craft them 5 at a time, so. And this room is really a fucked up place when you really examine it. A lot of these bones belong to animals, but there's definitely a lot of human corpses in here, and these are just like giant meat piles as well. And you can just see that like a lot of these are like dug up from like sarcophagi, but some of them must be like fresher bodies, so the ants have just been feasting down here on like buried corpses and maybe some slightly fresher shit as well. Very messy ants. Doesn't bother me that they're eating human flesh or anything like that, just that they're messy eaters. It's not civilized. This is no way to build an ant colony. Let me think here. I must have gone past where let me just double check and make sure, but I know there's another way down so that we can land on top of the like statue structure, and there's stuff to pick up there. Nothing that I importantly need, but I still want to grab it anyways. Because yeah, this just leads down to the bottom of the room, so let me go back up and find the path that I skipped over. Although now it'll be kind of annoying to get to because I just respawned everything by resting. Thanks, ants. Thanks. It should be right up here, though, in this other room, I think. I must have just, like, not... like, visually noticed the path for some reason. That's right, this is the one you, like, jump up on, right? That's why I didn't notice it, because I was just looking at the rocky wall and not paying attention to what was above it. That's why. Let's aggro the whole room, why not? I did say the whole room. I wanted to burn all of you kind of like at once, but I guess if you want to do like a one-by-one thing, that's just gonna have to be fine. I think this only works especially well when you like run into the room. But I kind of wanted them to cluster up and all that. No big deal. There is a merchant down here too. I don't think he has anything that we're interested in, but I will double check him. Alright, we've made it. Now we can cluster up some dudes here as well, for the fun of it, and volcano pots will probably actually do a decent job on them. Let's come down here and get everybody's attention. Hello. Hello. Come hither. This is like one of those areas where it's kind of fun to actually like have like dragon's breath to actually kill like a lot of enemies with all at once. He's fired his Michael Bublé at me. Okay. You and your delayed attacks. I get it. I get it. Right, I guess that's good enough. Shing, 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 shing. Fun stuff. Hey, what else did I get now? Did I acquire something new? Because it seems like my crystal dart position has moved again, but I don't see anything new. Oh, rancor pots, I guess? I think we maybe didn't have those yet. Too slow. Honestly, kind of surprised there's no way to set favorite crafting recipes. Yeah, I mean, you just have like groupings, which I guess can be useful, but like categories. But yeah, it would be kind of cool if you had like a favorites category that you could just like shift directly to right there, because the crafting menu does get a little bit big. Because yeah, you can assign like favorite warp things for the map for graces, but there's not really like necessarily other like favorited list sort of things, as much as it would be handy to have stuff like that in some spots. That's right. There's nothing in there specifically, but we can drop down. I should have... Yep. I didn't mean to drop the whole way down. I, for some reason, thought the rocky outcropping that sticks out there was a little further out, but I don't know why I assumed that. No big deal. We can get back there in like a second. Kind of wish I had my horse down here. The underground is fine to run around in, but it is kind of nice when you can just like horse around. Alright, take two. My runes are going to be up onto the thing, so we do have to go back up there again. Somebody's going to see my blood stain there and just be like, what an idiot. All he had to do was look down. Alright, let's, we got the map. Let's chat with you. You have, yeah, you also sell gravity stone. Shit, you sell a limited amount of it is the thing. Acid spray mist. Thaw frost stimulating. I'm just gonna buy these for the hell of having them. I don't need either of them, but I've been collecting like all of the crafting things at this point, so I might as well. Prisoner attire. You can still see the sweatpants kinda with this. It's a little bit of a weird look though. So I'm definitely still going to do the shirtless thing, but I did kind of want to see if we had anything as of right now that kind of like worked with the sweatpants, because I feel like we definitely still don't have much that really shows it off. At least anything that would give us, you know, chest armor. Alright. Do a little quickie run through here, grab whatever is highlighted, and then we'll move on. Certainly don't really need to kill all the enemies here. It is fun to kill all the enemies when they're grouped up, don't get me wrong, but definitely don't need to make a big thing of wasting our time and resources on too many of these guys. Maybe here and there when it's especially fun, when they're all like sitting in one spot, but that only managed to kill like 2 guys just there. Alright, good enough. Don't Michael Bublé me, thank you. I wouldn't mind the Clayman Harpoon dropping. The Clayman Harpoon is actually kind of decent. Did I get everything over there? It does look like I missed one item. Hang on, let me go out and around. I'm sure it's nothing we need, but see what it was now because I don't remember. Let's see. What have we got over here? Just a smithing stone one. Definitely not worth the trouble, but whatever. Shield grease. I wonder if we'll actually want to use shield grease at all if we do a... if we actually commit to a shields only playthrough. It might actually be worth it in some instances. But yeah, it'll just kind of depend. If we're, you know, if we're allowing for buffs, we could always just kind of do like, you know, shield buffs anyways, so. I don't know that shield grease, like via spells, I mean, but I don't know if shield grease will be especially useful in that regard by then. 6k short. I tell you what, I'll go ahead and just grab a level now, just because I want to get that last... that 40th point of dex, and then we'll start leveling some int again, I guess. Even though, ultimately, I don't know how well it's all going to work. If we want a lot more intelligence, it'll obviously make some of our other things like gravity stone chunks and all the glintstone, you know, cuckoo glintstone, glintstone scrap items and stuff will do more damage. But strength and dexterity give us more for like the other things, so I'd like to at least get 40 int, and then maybe we could level up strength to 40 as well. But I feel like we might want to prioritize vigor, because I don't know. I don't really like leveling up vigor even as much as I have already. Shit, I'm all thrown off now. Okay, so that's there, and then this is here. Alright, no problem. Ooh, 3 crystal darts. It's nice. Especially since I'm just going to somehow miss a rather gigantic target with crystal darts over and over again. Oops. Alright, so up here we'll have some basilisks to kill, I guess, if we really want to kill them, which we don't need to, but I don't remember if the ones here can potentially... I don't think so. Even though they're overlooking the Lake of Rot, I don't feel like these ones can drop Aeonian butterflies like the ones that are actually in the lake. I think maybe they could, just due to their proximity, but... at least we get some butterflies here. Very handy if we want to make rot pots at some point. That's certainly some shit we still need to do. We need to get rot pots. The rot pot recipe, I mean. And the other two ritual pots themselves. I don't know if there's any other recipes we care about beyond that. That might be like literally the last one that we care about. Not the last one we'll necessarily get, but... Alright. Let us go and kill a boss. Now, in terms of this guy, I don't remember what his, like, specific weaknesses are, but I'm sure our volcano pot should be fine. Especially since we're technically a little over-leveled for all this. Volcano pots and crystal darts should be okay. But, again, it's going to be more of a matter of getting him to, like, sit still and take damage, but hopefully that won't be too difficult. Sir, it's, I'm sorry. And by I'm sorry, I mean get fucked. Yeah. He, Anna certainly called that one. I thought he'd stand up a little, well, I knew he would die easily, I just didn't assume he would die quite that easily. I thought he'd put up a little bit more of a fight, because he's sitting in water, so the fire damage should be slightly reduced. But, yeah, apparently he never stood a chance. It just occurred to me, did we not do the early Siofra stuff either? Because I know we've done late Siofra on this run, but I think we maybe haven't done early Siofra, because we did it on the Ash of War run, but I don't know that we beat these bosses here. I just want to come down and check. Obviously, I've been here, clearly. But I think I went here for the purposes of getting stuff and farming some things. And then I think I didn't actually kill the stuff here. Because I had to for the region lock thing. But I didn't for this. So let's just quickly check that out. What is with that giant on the throne? Yeah, I don't know specifically what the giant skeletons on the thrones are all about. They're related to the whole Nokron, Noxtella, you know, the Nox people stuff, and something to do with their, like, you know, worshipped demigods or something, maybe. I guess I did at least light all of these. Now, I know there's at least, like, lore theories about them out there, but I don't think there's anything definitively stated in the game about them, so... I mean, maybe there's some stuff that you can interpret that's supposed to be about them, but there's nothing that's, like, super direct. This ancestor spirit should not really be much trouble. Already killed the regal version already. Oops. Alright, it's an easy 13k, no problem. Alright, let's come back to here. But yeah, I know Anjanou, aka Rachel, aka Quailag, on her channel. I believe she's talked about them before, and probably there's some, in the overall lore community, there's some theories circling around about them. I've not really dug into the throne giant thingies myself at all, so I have no clue. Ow. Shot me right in the pot. Alright, and then just this as well. I think I did come up here and grab things, but I didn't fight the boss, obviously. If I remember correctly, I left a... yeah, there's a sorcery scarab over here we could grab. It's a pretty decent spell, so... Alright, let's go fight this dude then. I suppose he probably won't put up too much of a fight. Ow. Definitely more of a fight than the other one. Weaknesses wise, he's gonna... okay. I rolled a little too early, apparently. Why does this guy hit as hard as he does? You'd think I'd be, like, not taking this much damage by this point in the game, but... I guess he is scaled to be, like, somewhat higher up, you know. So I think they expect people to find him early, but have a difficult time fighting him right away. The Dragon Halberd, that's a pretty nice one. Okay, yeah, let's just continue. So that's Siofra and Ansel, both levels finished. I'll just throw a marker on there for the hell of it. And then that kind of finishes everything on the east side of Liurnia. And then as far as the west side is concerned, we've gotten this stuff down here. We did the Albinoric village. So yeah, over here there should be like a cave or some catacombs or something. I'm pretty sure. And then, I want to say there's another one somewhere here. We have not fought the Revenant in the King's Realm Ruin, so we got to do that. Let's just start with that little evil D-bag. Thanks for the GGs, by the way. I did something I was not trying to do again, and also had a buffered roll, which was very weird, but okay. Sometimes my brain likes to mix up, you know, when I'm trying to do like multiple inputs and then switching to like a temporary claw grip with my left hand so I can use my index finger to press up or down on the D-pad whilst holding triangle. which sounds like a lot of things, and that's because it kind of is a lot of things, and that's why my brain gets confused from time to time and presses triangle and down instead of triangle and up, and I use my stupid physic instead of getting on my horse. Now you can use it. Genuinely screw that enemy though. Super annoying. Comes to mind with the giants though, or to me, is that they're big enough to birth the half dragonkin. Yeah, could be something, I suppose. Alright, frozen needle is always nice to have. Okay, let me consult the map, but I do know we have an Everjail over here. So let's go to that real quick, and then I will consult the map after just to make sure I'm not missing any interior locations on the west side. Then once we're done with the west, we'll just come straight up the middle and do everything kind of on our way and just finish with Ruinstern Precipice, I guess. Whee! That was probably a little foolish, I guess. Just fucking hit the fucking thing, please. There's definitely going to be some bosses, and especially dual boss fights in this yet that we have yet to do that are certainly going to be tough. Obviously, Godskin Duo can be difficult, but we will have access to Sleep Pot, so that'll be something. To 780, okay. 780. We probably have most of the paintings by now, I would assume. Somewhere around here, the painter spirit should be, unless I haven't picked this one up, but I feel like I did. Oh, I think I just passed him. Nope, that was just a, oh no, it is him. Okay. If I could just pick up the item, that'd be nice. Thank you. Not like we specifically need the juvenile scholar stuff, but might want the larval tier, so mayhaps. Alright. Royal Grave Everjail. I must have double tapped, so I couldn't move there, but now fighting Onyx Lords and Alabaster Lords is fun enough on the Ash of War only side, or even okay. His hitbox pushed me back into his hitbox, which is a little silly. But yeah, more that, I remember we were using Stormblade, and it was just kind of like fucking these guys, the one that I had fought in the sealed tunnel up, like, real easily. Yes, walk into it, you fool. Okay, if you say so. I guess I just barely got hit by the tip of that. Seemed like I had rolled it, but I guess not. Alright, now with that done, let's see here. Everjail complete. I don't think there's really much of anything else over here to grab. Let me just double check, but I'm pretty sure there's nothing. Nothing important, at least. Yep. Alright, yeah, so let me... Well, I'm not gonna bother crafting darts, but... Probably warp somewhere and just get some more back anyway, but... Alright, let me consult the map real fast. One moment. I have to reopen it every time. And their map sucks. Come on, just fucking load, please. I just want to see if I'm forgetting anything. I genuinely hate using Fextra for literally any information. It doesn't help that their shit's just like wrong half the time. Alright, maybe I can get it on my fucking phone and it'll somehow work better. Their website seems like... I mean, it might just be having issues, but... I feel like my computer is just not liking trying to bring it up while I'm streaming just because their page load is kind of ridiculous. Oof, looks fucking awful on my phone. Alright, so... Bosses... We have... We've done everything in the northern part. We did the King's Realm Ruins. We have not done the Cuckoo's Everjail, so that's one we gotta do. The Ringleader's Everjail is up top. Moonlight Altar, so that'll be later. So yeah, Road's End Catacombs is, I think, the only thing left. Along with the Everjail, I mean, for the west side here, so... Alright, let me get back on track here. So yeah, the Cuckoo Everjail is, I think, here? And then the catacombs we need should be down this way. And then I guess we should go up to the foot of the four belfries while we're here too, and go do the grafted scion from the beginning of the game. I'm trying to think, do we have any additional imbued sword keys? We don't have any, but there is one there. We didn't do the rooftops of the academy, and we haven't been to Celia yet, so that's why. But there is one up there we can grab. But I'm trying to think. So the three portals you can take, one of them is there, the other one is leads you to the one high up spot in Nokron that's like way off to the side where the one Crucible Knight is, but again, he's not really a boss, so we don't need to go fight him. And I'll probably ignore that one just because there's no real point in going there. But then what's the third thing again? I'll have to look at it again because I forget. Alright, so this should be Balls. Balls the Giant Knight. They somehow seem to manage to roll that shit early all the damn time. Okay, easy enough though. Done and dusted. And we're getting close to another level. I guess these... It's a lot of early game shit, but they are like slowly kind of adding up to a bit of extra XP, which is nice. Alright, so there's that one. So we got the catacombs down here. Let's do that, and then let me just mark the belfries so I don't forget to go there. So the GG. They all die very quickly. Yeah, I mean, it's the nice thing about like coming back to do this shit is that it is time consuming, but it doesn't feel too bad because the stuff does die pretty quickly at least. So I'm at least not like overly bothered by it in that regard. Man, I wish there was like blood-tinged excrement like in high amount like anywhere else. It would be nice to not have to go to Mogwin Palace for it because it's not a good farm location. It's not like you can't get a good amount there, it's just the fucking crows and shit that are in the way that are a problem. It just really limits your ability to run down through there quickly and easily. At least whilst being in any kind of, you know, relative safety. Sword dance, okay. Hello, bats. I will let you keep your life today. You leave me be. Huh. I don't know why I thought there was like a Trina's Lily there, but let's see it. Must be thinking of something else. Or I'm just blind. Okay. Not a fun farming spot, yeah. Not really. If it weren't for the crows, I wouldn't really care, and, well, not just the crows, but the multiple invasion points, because, like, I only specifically, like, can farm the first little bit, because I don't want to do invasions off stream and not show my progress, you know, and stuff, so. Also, hey, Ori, how's it going? All of the various Jessicas. Okay. That was a very magnetic grab, but if you say so, game. Fuck that guy. Alright, so this dungeon. So the main way to get through here is we have to just go this way, but I do want to explore the dungeon and find stuff, though. I just keep getting friend requests from people in your Discord. I'm really sorry about that, like, genuinely. I don't know what it is about. I think I might honestly take my Discord off of anything. I'm not going to close it or anything, but I'm just going to start making it a lot harder for bots to get access to it because it keeps happening a lot lately, and I'm tired of having to, like, apologize to friends who are in my Discord who keep getting, you know, messages from bots and or people who are just being kind of scammy or scummy about supposed art stuff for stream and shit like that. Like, I don't begrudge people, like, just trying their best to make a living out here and stuff, but like obviously there's ways to go about it, and certainly half the time we're just looking at bots anyway, but even for the ones that might not be bots, they're going about it all the wrong way. It's all good. Once they send me a friend request, I at least know just to ban them, but I do kind of not want to just ban an actual person. Yeah, I feel you. I forget. Did I make you a mod on my server? I did. That's right. I knew you were on my Twitch, and I couldn't remember if I had made you one on my Discord or not, but yep, and here I am getting friend requests from the same fucking thing too. God damn it. I think, unless it's somebody else. I'll look at it later. It's weird when like streamer mode is on Discord, it doesn't like show you all the info, so I will check it later. But yeah, I've had people message Moist, I've had people message Wampy, Charlie, Ari, obviously. Just handfuls of different people, you know, who will then come to me and be like, hey, just so you know, like, do you know this person? Like, I think they're in your Discord and they've messaged me about such and such, and I'm just like, sorry, it's probably a bot, I'll make sure they are banned and blah, blah, blah. But then, like, a couple days, a week later, I just get another one, and it's, you know, it's annoying. So yeah, I might try to find some way to lock down the server a little bit more and just only give it out to people who like genuinely want to join. As much as I would love to have it easy for people to just kind of like do the normal submit request type thing via the browser, or, you know, just clicking the link in that I normally have in here. It's just weird though, because like I don't know if there's like maybe some ways to have shit in place just to avoid it better. But I just feel like it's like maybe from my Twitter account or something, I feel like I've been like just put on a million bot spam lists or something from some way. Because like Charlie and a number of other people don't have their Discord specifically locked down for that shit. I'm not saying that she never gets bots at all, but I feel like it doesn't happen as often, but I get them fucking constantly. And in my case, like I said, you know, it's no big deal for me to just be like, oh, this is clearly a bot or whatever. I can just ban it, no problem. And obviously just ignore any friend requests. But it's more that I just get annoyed and feel bad that they're like pinging people that are in my Discord, because it just makes it feel like a not great place to be, you know, joined on. I know that we don't do a whole lot in my Discord as it is, but like I still like having it around for, you know, stream related things or whatever. And just as an extra place people can share stuff if they feel like it. But it's shitty when there's like bots in there just fucking being crappy about it. I got the message thing off, so I think they just send a friend request to me instead of an actual message. Half the time, Ari, it's not even specifically like the message thing. They will just send you a friend request without talking to you at all. They just expect that you'll be foolish enough to click, you know, whatever. And because the thing is, oftentimes you can't create like, you know, even if you have like nothing specifically locked down, you can sometimes like it prevents you from doing any like particular DM stuff or certainly calls and whatnot without people being like your friend first. So normally you can just send a message unless you have that feature turned off, but oftentimes the bots will just like automatically try to friend request you before they even say anything, which is silly, but I don't know, with the wave of bots has been really annoying. There's no proper way to deal with it, I feel. Yeah, Charlie did get like a handful, but that kind of isn't really an issue anymore. Yeah, I know she did for a while. She got like some in like a little wave, but it's been like a consistent problem for me for like a year now. And it's to the point where I you know, I genuinely don't know what to do about it, but I also am just kind of like, is there some way I can, and can talk to people at Discord to be like, is there something we can fucking do about this shit? But I'm sure if I like just take an afternoon, or not even an afternoon, but just like a little bit of time to like go through my settings and see if there's like some extra securities I can put down, that'll be one thing. And then furthermore, I can just take it off of like different stuff, just make sure it's not attached to my Twitter profile, and because that should eliminate some at the very least, because I can guarantee some of them are likely coming from there. And then yeah, I can just make sure that there's no automatic like Discord posts on Twitch, so that if anyone is specifically looking for it who is not a bot, they can just ask, and you know, I can change my automatic Discord command to just say, if you want to join the Discord, just message, you know, because that'll at least weed out the bots generally. All right, let's do this. Oh, he moved. Okay. I don't know why I went over there physically to attack him. I could have just thrown this shit from halfway across the room, but I just thought it would be easier for some reason to like dodge past the Crucible Knight and then start throwing shit next to him, I guess. Okay, that guy is done. So that's pretty much it for here. We just want to go back to the Belfries and go to the back to the Church of Anticipation and kill the Scion. I really don't mind taking care of them, but I just really don't want to just ban everyone who sends me a friend request, because I almost blocked Jay entirely on Discord. Well, to be fair, and I do entirely get where you're coming from, and kind of agree. Honestly, I don't feel great about just like blocking someone, you know, immediately. Half the time I won't even block them. I'll usually just ignore the friend request, and then if they've joined my Discord without talking, I'll just ban them. You know, and then if they're a real person, then they can just like send me a message or something instead, because I don't have that turned off. But to be fair, like with Jay, he probably should have said something first. I mean, I guess like if you had the message thing turned off to where they have to friend request you to even message you, then obviously that's a thing. But yeah, I do remember that he like did like a whole name change and stuff, and there were several of us were not sure who he was for a hot second. And I was suspicious for a bit, because I was just like, is this like someone we need to be concerned about? Crumbling that's oh right. So it's Farum Azula is where that one sends. It took me a second to remember which one that was. Anyway, not that I specifically care that Jay had done a name change. I'm sure he had reasons to do it, but I just remember the day that he came back into Charlie's Discord with said new name. I think it was like, was it during the Game Awards or something like that? I just remember there was like some reason we were all talking in the chat. And then I was just like, who the fuck is this person? I've never seen this name before. But they're acting like they know us, so probably a name change, maybe, but it's a little sus because they're not wanting to share why or anything or any particular details. And then I think you or Charlie said that one of you thought that maybe Roth had done a name change, in which case I was like, oh, okay, well, if it's just Roth, that's fine. But it was more like the familiarity in which he was speaking, because it's just like, well, you act like you know us, but you're not saying who you are, so that's always a little suspicious, you know. Nothing, you know, no harm, no foul, as long as it was all cleared up and everything. But that's one of those things where, like, sometimes you put yourself out there a little bit in the wrong way because, you know, you look like a new person, but you act like you've been there, but then you're not telling anyone who you are. It just looks like you're someone that's not supposed to be there. You know, it's automatically suspicious, even when you're not trying to be. Whenever a name pops up that I'm not familiar with, but who talks like they're a regular, I immediately go into fight mode. Yeah, exactly. Like, anyone who pretends to have familiarity with you when they don't, but they're pretending, it's an issue, you know. You got me. It's just been Abyss the whole time. Sorry, guys. Well, at least, like, when someone does, like, a familiar name change, like, you had Abyss before just Biss. You had a couple of iterations, right? I'm forgetting what your previous one was, but, because it wasn't, like, just Abyss, right? There was, I'm blanking on what your full, or, you know, previous name was. Abyss Walker 1-2. That's right. It was a good name. See, I just, my brain, I always think of you as Abyss, so I'm just like, oh yeah, that's Abyss. Just Biss is too edgy. I mean, I like it, but I will say Abyss Walker 1-2-3-4 is actually a pretty fucking sick name. Abyss Walker anything is probably pretty good in general. But the point is, like, because you did, like, something that was pretty adjacent for your name, like, it was very easy to tell who you were. On top of that, anytime someone has, like, their Twitch profile or whatever linked, you know, it's usually easy to answer that question if, you know, I'm moderating in Charlie's chat or if it's someone coming to mine. If I can just look at their profile and see who they actually are because they have their Twitch name in there, or even if they've got a note in there that says this is who I am, it's usually enough to be like, oh, okay, cool. I know who this person is, no problem. And sometimes I still have to do that because I don't always remember everybody's nickname off the top of my head. Like, I can usually tell who, like, Ari or Sass are just by the way they talk in chat, just because they tend to have, like, particular patterns, and they're both, like, Ari obviously is going to have mod colors, so I can easily recognize that anyways. But they both like changing their name fairly frequently in Charlie's Discord, so sometimes there's there's occasions where I'm just like, I think that's probably Ari, but let me double check. Like, or more specifically, if it's Sass, because she'll change her name a bunch, and because you know, her color will be a little different, I'll be like, well, it's probably someone in the Ko-fi sub, so I know I don't have to worry. But is this Sass or is it somebody else? Because, like, sometimes it's just hard to keep track. And I don't mind. I think it's always fun to just, like, change names on like, social media profiles and shit. Like, and Discord is, like, great for that. I mean, I was just regular old Half Damage for a long time. I don't regularly change my name, but I like CEO of Spanking, so that's why I'm not really changing. Maybe one day if we ever get tired of the whole CEO joke thing or something, we'll all do another round of name changes and switch to something else. Hey Drake, how's it going? Good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. And also you as well, Biss, since I don't know if I said hey when you got in, but hope y'all are having a good one. But yeah, no. So any time if you happen to be in my Discord, if someone messages you from my Discord and you're not sure about it, obviously feel free to send me a message. I'm speaking to Ari, but that really goes for any of you, really, because I'm happy to police that shit myself. Sometimes people join my Discord while I'm streaming, which is why I think sometimes even, like, taking the shit off my Twitter and stuff isn't going to help, because they seem to come through Twitch half the time. Actually, most of the time. It almost always happens while I'm streaming. And because my stuff is in streamer mode, I can see like a notification sometimes like, oh, someone joined my server, but I can't see the name without taking myself back out of streamer mode. I got a 3 stream streak. Hell yeah, buddy. But yeah, anytime that you're unsure, you can always just message me. And also for you specifically, Ari, feel free to ban anyone that, you know, is just like hyper suspicious, or you're just otherwise flat out sure that it's a bot, you know, just chuck them. But certainly I'll get around to it myself if I happen to notice. But like I said, they often do it like while I'm streaming, and then I can't like do anything about it until after I'm done streaming, because I don't really know what's going on unless I like take a moment to like actively investigate Discord in the middle of a stream. You'll see like CEO of Spicy Ketchup and have to take your best guess. Yeah, exactly. Like the ones that like trip me up the most are like when it, you know, when it could be anyone. More so if it's like, if it was like CEO of Bottoms, I'm just gonna, I could easily just be like, well, that could be Ari, or that could be Sass. It could, you know, they could either one could be memeing. But again, because like your colors are usually different, and even just kind of the way you talk might be different enough, I'll usually be able to just like through context quickly be able to tell who it is. I'm not calling you that. Right? I mean, I am, but I just mean, I feel like that's something you would name yourself as a meme, is what I'm saying, you know. But my point is, it would take me a second, because it could apply to a couple of people in the Discord, but there's enough contextual clues that I would be able to quickly know. However, if it was like on somebody who's just a regular subscriber, or just in the Discord, not a subscriber, who takes on a CEO name or something like that, sometimes it takes a second. I'm just like, who the fuck is this? And it's not like I expect them that, or think that they shouldn't be there, but I'll just be like, which person is this again? I don't know. So thankfully it's nice when like people have their Twitch stuff linked, which I know Charlie has as a general rule, which is always good. Because then I can look at their profile and just be like, oh, okay, it's this is Mature, or it's Denim, or it's, you know, one of the other random, you know, bunch of people that like switching their name around fairly frequently to something that I have no contextual clues for, because I don't know what it is they're referencing sometimes. You know, and it's easy to recognize certain people just because of the frequency at which they post, but then some people don't post often enough to be able to tell, or don't speak in or type, I should say, in a particular way to like make it really obvious. So yeah, sometimes it just takes me a second to put that together, but at the same time I kind of like that in a way, because it's like I get to go on a clue hunt, which is like 2 seconds of clicking their profile, but I'll just be like, who the fuck is this? I'll just whip out my spyglass, you know. Detective half damage on the case. 3 seconds. Alright, we don't really need anything special here. He should not last very long. Oh, that was your mistake right there, buddy. You buffed when you should have attacked. Alright. That one's done. So we're all good there. I'm not going to bother marking that one because it's kind of technically part of Limgrave, but I think... I tell you what, I will put a marker here just so I don't forget about it. I think that's it for the west side. Let me... half damage PI. Let me take one more quick look at the map here. Just just to be sure. It looks like the answer is yes, we're done on the west side, so now we just have to go up the middle and get what's there. So let's see, we have in the middle, we have a deathbird and a deathrite bird, those I remember. What the fuck is this? Oh, never mind. The dragon we killed. So I think we just have... Yeah, the Deathbird, the Deathrite Bird, and then the Academy Crystal Cave, I think, is all that's left, aside from Ruinstern Precipice. So we're actually almost done with Liurnia. Not including the Moonlight Tower, but I'm going to kind of treat that as like a separate thing and do that later. Even though we can go there right now. So we have 2 nighttime things, and then we have a cave like here-ish. So yeah, boss number 1 should be around here, and then boss number 2 should be around there. And then we just got to come up to Ruinstern Precipice, and then that'll be it. Alright, so bring me to the Scenic Isle, please. That's right next to where that spawns, and then we'll just switch to nighttime. I guess we could craft some holy pots for this. Probably wouldn't hurt to have. Although I do find it a little hard to hit their head with shit sometimes. Let's also level up. Actually, I probably don't have enough to level up. I need some... What do I need? I'm like 800 short. Thereabouts, anyway. Alright, hang on. And then I want to catch up on chat really quick. I guess we'll go... Intelligence? Strength? Obviously, Vigor certainly wouldn't hurt once we start going back into the later game stuff. I feel like I'm not going to want to level it higher than 40. 30 already feels kind of gross to do. But we might not keep the Radagon Scar Seal on forever, so... I don't know. I might swap that, because some of the enemies late game hit really hard, and the extra damage from the talismans we're wearing will just only make them a lot worse. So even with higher amounts of vigor, or with the amount of extra vigor you get from that talisman, ends up being kind of offset to not be as good. But we're also would be losing like a lot of stats and everything, so I might keep it. We'll see. We just have to play well and not get hurt as best we can. Let's go with int for now. Alright, I do have a bunch of my other profiles on my Discord, so it's easy to check if I'm me, but I do get where the confusion can come from. Yeah. I do like checking if they came around stream recently, and if you're just on, it's much easier to check. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, it's normally easy for me to tell anyways, just because typically this shit happens to me while I'm streaming anyway, so someone will just... If I get, like, a random friend request from during stream and it's not from someone whose name I instantly recognize, I'll just be like, okay. Clearly this is a bot and or someone trying to be a little scummy. Reminded me of you guys while I was sitting completely blank staring out into oblivion. Just put the kids to bed kind of mood. Nice. Alright. Yeah. Let's go... Oops, I forgot to change it to nighttime. Let's go fight us a... Actually, let's do 2 things here. Let's swap these into here for the moment. I put all but one in there. I'm like a buffoon. I forgot to unequip this. Now. Swap all of these into here. I will craft holy pots just to give this another go for the heck of it. And then we wanted to pass the time to night. I don't think there's anything else we need to do. Holy pots, honestly, are like, they kind of make this slightly more challenging than just using the volcano pots, so I kind of like this in a way. Let's switch this to the holy charm as well. Okay, let's do it. All right, we need to fix that. There we go. All right, let's not get the attention of that thingy and just fight the death bird, please. Ooh. It's that good damage, yo. Well, that was easy. Alright, just so we can reset things, I'm going to... Oh, he was actually, like, over here. Put that there. I'm going to warp here so I get my stuff back, and then we'll make sure that it's nighttime. I don't think it'll change, but if it does, I'll fix it. Okay. It did not. The question is, did it give me... Yeah, it must have given me those volcano pots back. It did, but that's okay. 16 ought to be enough for this, I think. One would at least hope. I'd love to know what you would whip up on those topics in like a day. Takes a second to hyper focus on something when I really choose to, and then you won't shake any of it. You know what that's like, but yes. Sometimes hyper focus can be really good, and sometimes it can be a little detrimental when you just get kind of stuck doing something. That's where a lot of that like issue for me of like forgetting to eat comes from at times, or just not getting to sleep at a good time. God, I love me some good damage. I am so surprised you were not able to get out of that in time. I'd love to roll. I would love to roll. Thank you. Didn't really want the buffered roll all that much, but... Fighting this dude on horseback is always like a bit of a questionable thing to do, because you don't want to get... If Torrent gets hit by any of the stupid fucking ghost flame shit, he just gets stunned into oblivion and dies instantly. Sometimes he's just really fucking bad at getting out of the way. Thought that would have killed you, but apparently not quite. Get the kill, get the kill. Oh, fuck you. Alright, we got there. The death birds, or death ray birds rather, in the later areas are going to be fucking annoying. I don't have to specifically use holy pots on them. They do the better damage, of course, but yeah, they still are just kind of like, they're hard to use at times just because they have a very small splash radius. And ideally you want to hit death birds of either kind in the head to get the maximum damage. They do the better damage, chunks the fuck out of their health pool. Yeah, it would be nice if I had the whatchamacallit, like the Golden Epitaph or just even Shared Order on while fighting them, and I might try using it for the hell of it, like going up against like the Deathrite Bird in Mountaintops and the one in Consecrated Snowfield just for the extra damage, because those ones will be much more of a pain. But I don't know if we're going to need it, so we'll see. Oops. Discard all of these. I don't want those anymore. Let's just make the rest of the volcano pots. Don't forget to switch this back this time. Okay, we're in good shape. Now we just got to go do the cave, and then that's the last of everything miscellaneous here aside from Ruinster and Precipice, and then we'll be fully done with Liurnia. But yeah, make no mistake, like, they definitely do good damage under the right circumstances, and they feel especially worthwhile against Deathbirds because they take such high bonus damage versus Holy, and especially when you hit them in the head. Alright, now where is that entrance again? Right over here, okay. Two keys, huh? We can at least buy some stone sword keys if we need to, but what are we down to at this point? We have 7? Alright, that's not too bad. I thought we'd have less. Alright, let's keep an eye out for cracked crystal and that sort of stuff while we're here. Assuming there's much of any to find. I don't remember if there is much of that in here. I know that there is plenty in some of the later tunnels, but... these guys should be a little bit resistant to magic damage, so the darts are probably going to be slightly less strong compared to them, but... that works. Alright, what have we back here again? Oh yeah, this is the thing in the cage. Which is a stone sword key. Right. Awesome. I'm trying to think of, like, honestly, what is, like, some of the, like, my least favorite boss designs in this game. Or not even so much designs, but just, like, how do they feel to fight? And I think Deathrite Birds are definitely up there as far as ones that I don't particularly enjoy fighting. Not because they're, well, some of their attacks are kind of bullshit, but it's not even really so much that, it's just that, like, the camera is so uncooperative when you're fighting them, and it makes, like, aiming for any part of their body just, like, really awkward and difficult, like, a lot of the time. Somber stone, okay. And wait, not that way, but this way. Where is it? Here? Yes. Goodbye. Just want to go up there first so that that guy doesn't snipe at you. I, am slightly embarrassed to admit, like, how long it took me to find that particular illusory wall. For a while, like, when I was making the guide, I knew that this dude was, like, sitting up here. And I wasn't using, like, no-clip and stuff on, like, some of my first, like, exploratory, like, runs through the game, because I just didn't want to, like, accidentally miss anything. So I kept, like, finding my way into here, and then just, like, grabbing the stuff out of the chest, but then, having this guy snipe at you. And I remember kind of, like, jumping around and just being like, it looks kind of like there's a place back there, but I can't tell. But then I just couldn't figure out where you were supposed to go to get into it. And I just didn't realize that there was, like, an illusory wall here, because it was just very, like... It didn't look like a typical spot for an illusory wall, and obviously there was no message there, because this was before the game came out. But yeah, it just... I had at one point just kind of given up and had thought instead that there just wasn't any way to get up there, and instead he was just like an enemy that was just posted up high for whatever reason. But yeah, that one took me a bit to figure out. Let's use fan dagger. Well, even with fan daggers, we'll have to... Let's use kukri. Stance damage on these is actually not bad. Okay. How are you not stance broken yet? Feels like you ought to be there by now. With the amount of times that I've hit you with shit, especially like fan daggers. Come on, I rolled that. What the fuck? I'm being like way too greedy attacking this guy, but like nothing is fucking working. What the fuck? Finally. Why the fuck did that take so long? These guys have like a huge amount of stance, but I could have sworn that fan daggers would have broken his stance earlier than that. What did I use to break the Crystallian early game? Because I feel like I was just using like regular fire pots or something. Maybe I was. I guess we could just use the volcano pots and see how well they do against this guy, but... I just don't know what kind of stance damage these do, because I honestly don't remember. I'm not sure if we even recorded the stance damage of volcano pots. I mean, oh, fuck you. He held that longer than I thought he was going to. I get it, game. Is he just not gonna fucking stance break? Oh, okay. Thanks, game. I don't know why I managed to step out of there just that one time, but... Fuck off. I just cannot seem to dodge anything this guy does right now. Why did fucking lock on? Please don't do that shit. Just he roll the wrong way for no reason. Fucking finally, dude. Crystallians are definitely the fucking bane of this run with consumables. The triple Crystallian fight is gonna be awful. I gotta see if there's like a good way to break. We could probably try using gravity stuff on them. Maybe stone clumps will do more. The thing is, I'm just surprised that fan daggers did so little. Because normally, I could swear those do like way better stance damage. But they were doing like nothing. The general issue is the lack of blunt, you know, or rather strike damage that you have in this particular type of playthrough. But like I said, if I chuck particular types of stones at them, it might work a little bit better to break their stance faster, because I just can't have them like living for super long and just draining resources from me forever. But that's everything. So I'm going to warp myself over here. And then I'm going to remove all the markers, because that should be everything for Liurnia now. At least we got there. It's just more... I hate the spellcaster ones. I don't know why, but they just have, like, super fucking delayed holds on their spellcasts. And then they really like to trip you up with when they cast the shit to just, you know, be difficult to dodge. If you're dodging forward through some stuff, it's easier. But then other stuff you have to dodge sideways. And either way, it's just kind of like a pain in the ass. Hang on, this is something I wanted to look up and I keep not doing it. Elden Ring Explosive Stone. So it's the Smithing Stone Miner's Bell Bearing, which is, have we not given them that by now? That's the one in the sealed tunnel? Okay. Why do they... It's one thing about Elden Ring I will say that I do have like a bit of a criticism for. Like, I don't know why they put certain things like that so fucking late in the game. Like, granted, Altus is not crazy late, but to have to get all the way here just to be able to buy Smithing Stone like 3 and 4, like just to be able to buy it instead of finding it, like it just feels later than it should be. Somewhere in Liurnia would have made sense, or maybe very early Altus, but midway through Capital Outskirts feels like at least one zone too late. And by zone I mean Capital Outskirts, not all of Altus. Alright, let's get rid of the markers. I kind of want to... I tell you what, before we do Ravine Veiled Village, I'm going to go do this really quick. Take a little detour. Just so we can get that, and then I want to figure out where the Poison Stone Clump one is from, too. But we don't have to do the whole dungeon. I just want to get the bell bearing to give to the Twin Maiden husks so that I'll be able to buy them. Because I don't really intend to use them much, but against stuff like the Crystallians, they might be handy. I don't even know if they'll be particularly good, but knowing that there's some fights coming up where we're going to have to fight, you know, 3 of them at a time, like, we're going to want that. Or at least anything that we can get our hands on. But like I said, I suspect that we might have something good enough already, which in the form of gravity stone stuff, but I don't know how well it's going to work with just those, especially against 3. That's why I want another source of something. We just need something that'll hit sufficiently hard in terms of stance damage. Because the whole thing about Crystallians is that they're unique in that they have, I think, the highest or close to the highest stance of anything in the entire game. But it's unique in their case in that, you know, it's like a permanent stance thing that I think doesn't regenerate. Maybe it does. But then once it's broken, once their stance has been broken, you know, their outer shell cracks and makes them weak. In which case, that particular stance never comes back. It instead gets replaced by, like, a more normal level of stance for them to actually have, which is not a whole lot. They go back down to, like, 65 or something, like, more typical for a strong enemy type to have. It might not even be that much, honestly, and they also flinch super easily. Cool, there's cracked crystal here that'll be useful while we're running through, but I think the bell bearing's right here anyway, so this will probably be all we do for now. We can come back and do the rest of the sealed tunnel later. Here it is. All right. Let's find out quickly where the poison stone stuff is going to be, unless it's the same bell bearing, but I think it might be on another one. I don't remember off the top of my head. Find out where that is, go get that one too if we can quickly, and then we'll get back to finishing Liurnia here. Like, I can buy some of them from the one vendor, which might be actually how you're supposed to just get them. There might not be a normal bell bearing for those. I just don't remember if he has an unlimited amount or a limited amount. Yeah, it's from him. Okay. So we just need to visit that merchant. I don't really want to be poisoning Crystallians, but I do want to have, like, at least a little bit of a supply of those, so I think we'll go buy some, just so we've got them. Alright. Let's leave here temporarily. We will be back later. This is not an overly difficult dungeon, so we can definitely do that pretty easily later on. So we need to make a quick detour down here to you, and it should be, I think. I just want to buy, like, a handful of poison stones and poison stone clumps just so we have them for... I don't know that they do much stance damage, but I just kind of want to have another throwable item. The explosive ones might be okay, but I suspect that neither is going to be, like, overly great at doing what I want it to do. I just hope that the gravity stones might be enough for us. We can hold 20. So let's buy a full stack of each, and then I'll leave it at that. I don't really need extra in... Well, here we can buy, like, a couple extra. That's good enough. Okay. And then I want to buy your Aeonian butterflies too while I'm here, just so we've got more for eventual rot pots. And now we gotta just go here, and we'll get our explosive ones. We'll do the same thing. We'll just buy a couple, like a stack each. Slightly over a stack. Oh. Let's clear some random shit out of our inventory if we're gonna be just trying to get runes.
You're new, no matter how you
He called me a new face. Have I not spoken to him? I could have sworn that I had. We probably won't need bewitching branches anymore, but I'll hold on to them anyway. Alright, we have 10k. We can definitely get rid of some extra shit. Oops. There's likely to be some stuff in here we don't need. I have not used root resin at all because we have not been using grease. I thought we would need it for something, but we have not really been using it for like anything at all. So I'm gonna get rid of like 200 of this. All right, that's probably enough of those things. And then if we need more, we can just use some runes. Also, hey, Dr. Grossly, how's it going? Shuriken Shan being controlled by a cute man. Also, throwing for content is the ideal title. 10 out of 10, no notes. Thank you. Alright. They call me the meat peddler. Okay, so that only does give you explosive stones, not clumps. And I don't know if you can buy clumps. It may only be the regular ones. So I will buy a little over a stack again. And then at least we have like gravity stuff. Those we don't get a lot of them though. Let me just search up explosive stone clumps just to make sure that I can't get them, because I might be able to. Nope, they're just a chance drop. Okay, that's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. But at least we can have some of these, so we've got like some options. Since we're spending, I'll buy some backup gravity stuff. Actually, I only want like 5 of these. I want more of these. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, now one quick double check. How are we on stock of everything? We're still pretty good, actually. So I don't think we need to go buy anything right now. Anything else, anyway. Alright, let's go. We need to head to Ruin-strewn Precipice. To finish up Liurnia. Finding adjusting to Dark Souls pace to be difficult. Like DS1, you mean? Certainly if you're going backwards from one of the later titles, especially Bloodborne and after, it's definitely a lot slower. I don't think anything is quite as slow as Dark Souls 2, but DS1 definitely has like some slower stuff going on. It's like playing through molasses. Yeah, just don't play Dark Souls 2 then, because it's even worse. For Dark Souls 1, it definitely has some of the same issues Dark Souls 2 does, but most of the animations are not tied to things, something stupid like ADP, you know, adaptability. And therefore, don't run into the problem that is, you know, having like things like your Estus Flask and your dodge roll and shit like that be like super shitty and slow. Your dodge roll itself is not necessarily automatically slow, it just has like barely any iframes, but your Estus animation is super slow, not to mention it's also a heal over time instead of an instant heal, which is just even worse because of its slowness. So overall, it's not exactly good. Don't step on the poison. I always managed to forget about this guy being here. Look at my tiny gloves. They're not even really that tiny. They just look tiny compared to everything else. Is everything you've got like big, like long cut length gloves with the exception of maybe these. I guess those are more like normal gloves. This is kind of a weird look. I wish I had like a a plain street clothes look almost, because these gloves almost give you by themselves like sort of a leather glove look aside from the cuffs. And with like the right setup, I feel like you could look kind of slightly modern-ish. The sweatpants would be weird by themselves. It would be better to have some sort of like black cloth pants or some shit, but minus the boots, unless you're trying to look specifically biker-ish, but these are not the greatest with the side stitching. But yeah, nothing else looks like super modern necessarily. I suppose you could kind of use those, but they're kind of ugly. Yeah, anyway. Enough of that. What we need is jar gloves, just jars on your hands. I never played Dark Souls 2 and probably will not. Yeah, honestly, like, I'm not as much of a hater as I often pretend to be or, well, not pretend, but portray myself as in Charlie's chat, but I genuinely don't really like Dark Souls 2 that much. I just, like, ham it up even more when I'm there, but even still, the thing about it is, for me, is just that Dark Souls 2 is just so fucking slow, and so it's got so many goddamn enemies in it everywhere that just don't need to be there. Especially Scholar of the First Sin. Scholar of the First Sin, I will 100% tell you that I just actively hate. That game sucks. It is just an objectively worse version of Dark Souls 2, but like they made like 2 little quality of life improvements to the game, which would be nice if the vanilla version had. But I'd any other time just rather play vanilla Dark Souls 2 because of just how utterly shit Scholar is as a game. Because, yeah, when Dark Souls 2 first came out, I was on board with it. I liked the game. And I think some of that was just because it felt similar enough to Dark Souls 1. And, you know, I really loved Dark Souls 1 that I was just like, ooh, more Dark Souls. And, you know, but it's very different. And a lot of the differences were things that I didn't really like about it, but I was willing to kind of overlook at the time. But then as more Souls games came out, I started liking it less and less. Because we had all these like better comparisons, and it just makes me like never want to touch Dark Souls 2 ever again, even the vanilla version. Maybe, like I said, maybe I'll make Dark Souls 2 an incentive for the stream for my anniversary or something, just to see if people really actually want to see me play Dark Souls 2. But if I do play it, I'll be getting it through Steam. Obviously, that's kind of what my preference anyways. But I will probably only play the vanilla version, unless someone wants me specifically to try to challenge myself in some way to do Scholar. Scholar of the First Sin, don't complain %, I guess. I thought people generally preferred Scholar. I think a lot of people do, but I feel like people have sort of weirdly rose-tinted glasses for Scholar, because I don't know if they just haven't played vanilla enough, but it just adds so much unnecessary dumb bullshit, just to make it like seem harder. But all it generally does is make you run by shit even more than you already would have in Dark Souls 2, or play as agonizingly slowly as possible because you have to fight your way through like 50 more enemies per area than were already there in vanilla. On top of that, their placements for the enemies don't really make any goddamn sense. And a lot of it just feels like they're just actively trolling you. Like, hey, you remember this one ring that you really want in the beginning of the game, the Ring of Binding? It's kind of like a shittier version of the Cling Ring from Demon Souls, but it's the same concept. Well, if you go to Hyde's Tower of Flame, you can go get that from like the one area pretty easily if you run by a bunch of shit. But in Scholar, if you run by a bunch of shit, we've put it in a now different spot in the same area. However, there's now a guy sitting on like the chest that it's in, and there's no way to run past everything and quickly loot the chest and grab the ring and leave. You have to fight through everything, including like the guy sitting in front of the chest. Mainly because another thing that they changed, and this is a vanilla thing too, they made it so that you don't have iframes when you're opening containers or doors. I mean, you do at like towards the tail end of the animation, but when you start the animation, there's always like this hesitancy animation that you get, like, oh, I'm lifting the chest, and now let me lift it for real, you know. I'm opening the door, okay, now let me open it for real. You know, like anytime if you get hit by an attack during that little stupid hesitancy shit, you get no iframes for it. Whereas in Dark Souls 1 or any other Souls game, as soon as you interact with a switch, a door, a chest, any of that shit, you cannot be hit by stuff. Which I realize people, you know, the developers probably were like, it's really easy to exploit that, so maybe it would be fun to not have that. You have to think about it a little bit more instead of just running past stuff. And I can applaud them for wanting to find ways to get players to run by shit less, but not if it just becomes like more tedious for no reason. There's just so many like poorly designed things, specifically in Scholar of the First Sin, that it just blows my mind that anyone could even realistically think that it's better. Again, there are some little quality of life improvements, so I get at least where people might be coming from with stuff like that, but the overall game itself is worse. I played through it once. I absolutely fucking hated it, and I never want to touch it again. Dark Souls 2 Vanilla, I just can't seem to bring myself to get back to playing. And I'd kind of... The thing is, part of me wants to, because it's the only Souls game I have not streamed. I played it a long time ago. I played it a bunch. But when I started streaming, I was just like, yeah, I'll probably play all the Souls games again, and then I just... Anytime I think about Dark Souls 2, I'm just like, man, it would be real cool to play that, but I also really don't want to fucking play that game. Oh, really threaded the needle on that one. So yeah, like, obviously I want to play games that I want to play, and sometimes I run into situations where I start playing something and realize that I don't really want to play it all that badly, and then I'll give that up. Most of the time I don't like doing that. I try to see things through. If it's a new game and I just don't know how well I'm going to like it, then sometimes that's hard to tell until after I've started playing it, in which case, if I don't like it, I'll usually just say so and not continue the playthrough. If it's something that I'm just like waiting for the other shoe to drop, like I kind of like this, but I also kind of really don't like it, then I might stick with it for a bit, or try to. Just to see if it'll get any better, but it just always really depends. But yeah, Dark Souls like 2, I have played enough in the past to the point in time where I used to kind of like it a bit. And I still, to this day, would say I still probably do in some, like, I can think back to some fond memories with that game. But I never did any sort of co-op with it. I wasn't really interested in it. I wasn't interested in the PvP in the game at that time. I've actually done some PvP in that game, but I've never done any co-op. And, you know, of any of the games, it probably did have the best PvP system. It still was broken, but, you know, FromSoft has never been good about making good, like, PvP netcode and shit, so all of their PvP is kind of janky and whack and ass and all that. Elden Rings is, like, okay, but it's still got problems. Just maybe not quite as bad as some of their other shit. A swear jar modeled after the jar helmet would be kind of fun. I mean, if people really want to see me do Dark Souls 2, I would consider doing it. I would prefer to just play vanilla, but I could with, like, I'll put it on as an incentive if people would like, and I'll legitimately try to actually enjoy my time with it. Like, I'm not just saying that for shits and giggles. Like, I will actively try to enjoy my time with it. But, but yeah, it would maybe have to be like a swear jar run or some shit like that. Like, you know, every time I swear or complain about the game, I have to gift a sub to somebody, you know, swear jar baron. Does seem like DS2 was, let's change a bunch of stuff to make the game harder, which to me doesn't really align with the core of the games. The games are as hard as they need to be to support the feelings the player is meant to feel, not for the sake of being hard. For the most part, yeah, that's definitely true. Like, obviously the games have gotten kind of more and more difficult as time has gone on because they feel like they have to keep upping the challenge in order to make the game fun for veteran players. Otherwise, it's going to not feel really all that challenging anymore and therefore kind of stagnate a bit. But, you know, that's where some of the criticisms of, like, Elden Ring come in, because sometimes they overtune things to the point of them being, like, a little too ridiculous. It doesn't make Elden Ring an overly too punishing game. There are builds you can have in this game that just make the entire game easy mode, but for a lot of other builds, you struggle with some of those things that feel overtuned. And that's where some of the problem lies again. It's like any of their games, it is admittedly hard to balance across every possible build you could conceive. And that's even harder with Elden Ring just because it's such a massive game with so many build options. And I do like that there's so much variety in this game and so much of it is viable. Okay, I was gonna say that's probably not gonna reach. Just the three of you. I always seem to miss a bat somewhere, I feel. Looks like I got them all. Nope, I didn't. I still fucking missed one. God damn it. Every time. Volcano pots must be your main thing now. Yeah, the volcano pots and crystal darts are the easiest thing for me to farm up, and they are both also just genuinely some of the strongest shit in the entire run. So it's great that they scratch both of those, or that they tick both of those boxes, because that makes them, like, it makes the run, like, far less annoying when the things that you want to use the most, because they're kind of some of the strongest stuff you have. It's not necessarily the strongest, certainly not in every situation, but some of the stuff that's on the stronger side that you have is also some of the easiest to get a hold of. Oops, no. Okay, I did not mean to do... I pressed the left button one extra time by accident, and if I had been just ever so slightly faster and not, well, because, you know, if I hadn't hit that, I would have hit quit just a little faster, but because I hit it, then I was like, oh shit. Whoopsie daisy. Alright, no big deal. Half buying pizza for chat from Soy Jar. Pizza, subs, you know, of the digital kind, at least. We'll figure something out. But yeah, I might legit... What the why did that go all the way over there? That is not where I was aiming myself. I guess maybe my body hadn't quite turned in pace with the camera by the time I had done that. Where is he going? He's going to be a dick. That's where he's going. To kill all the bats again. Maybe we'll remember how many there are this time. We can only hope. But yeah, the volcano pots are genuinely, like, super good in this run. I guess I don't technically have to kill these ones. Whatever, those ones can give me some runes for free. Let's just ignore the others. But yeah, I could see, like, doing just a, you know, I wouldn't do anything other than a casual run of Dark Souls 2 if I was going to do it that way. But, you know, the challenge would just simply be, like, try not to swear a bunch. Apparently missed these anyways. All right, let's recover our stuff here. There are fire giant pots. Yeah, so there's giant's flame. Sorry, in terms of like cracked pots, here I'll just show you. What you get from default by simply getting the crafting kit from Kale at the beginning of the game. For like 300 runes is what it costs. You get the fire pot recipe by default with the crafting kit. He also sells a few crack pots, and if you choose crack pots as your starting gift, you get 3 for free as well. So you can easily get up to like 6 right off the bat, if you want to go that route. But Giant's Flame fire pots and Red Mane fire pots you get at different points in the game. These are both for ritual pots, on the other hand, instead of cracked pots, so they require the more rare pot variety, which you can only hold 10 of maximum. I still don't even have the last 2. I gotta go get them soon. But I didn't feel like I needed them for the early game stuff, so we can do that after. So Red Mane fire pots are just kind of like a bigger version of regular fire pots. They just kind of like a bigger fiery explosion for more damage. Giant's Flame fire pots, I haven't really been using them. I will at some point. But these are a fiery explosion and leave lava on the ground, I think. It doesn't say. Unless that's like a different one that I'm forgetting. Hang on, let me look and make sure that I'm not misremembering some sort of lava pot thing. I don't think there is anything like that, though. Okay, the entirety of this fucking website has just crashed for me, so I'll just reopen it. Consumables. So yeah, there's Red Mane Fire Pot, Giant's Flame Pot, Volcano Pot. Yeah. As far as I'm aware, there's not a different one, but like I want to say one of these, I think it's the Giant's Flame Pot, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm just forgetting how it works. I want to say that these leave lava on the ground too, but maybe I'm just misremembering that. Where do you get so many fire blossoms? You get them from mountaintops, giants mountaintops. Sorry, mountaintops of the giants. So you can easily farm those all around the mountaintops, and then for rhymed crystal bud that you need for freezing pots, you can get those in consecrated snowfield. So those two places are good for those. And thankfully, they only require that one singular ingredient, just 2 of them, but I assume since you're here, you haven't been to mountaintops yet. Oh, no, I've been to late game, as you can see here, or relatively late game. I haven't been to the Halig Tree or Farum Azula yet, but as soon as I got to consecrated, and so I've done some stuff here, like I did Castle Soul and some shit in the mountaintops, but I haven't finished with all of this yet. I haven't killed the fire giant yet, but I wanted to come back and start clearing some of the early game shit. So Limgrave is all clear now. Liurnia is all clear now, with the exception of us finishing Ruinstern Precipice. Once I'm done with this, we might take a pause on the whole all clear stuff and progress a little bit more with some of the later game stuff, or at the very least I should do the subterranean shunning ground so I can get the one of the ritual pots that I need from there. And then the final ritual pot is, hang on, let me look at that again because I forget where it is now. It is, that one's in Giant's Mountaintop Catacombs. So yeah, that one will be in the one set of catacombs that we just have to visit there. Should be easy enough to get to. Is that this one or the other one? Yeah, that's this one. Which, if I'm remembering correctly, this is also, if you ever want the monk's flame mace that the fire monks and black flame monks carry around, you can only get it here, which is really annoying. I think it might have been an oversight on their part, but all of the other fire monks that you fight in the game, either specifically have swords or something, or if they do have like a mace, they just don't drop the mace for some reason. But there's like 1 or 2 mace fire monks in this location, and they're the only ones that drop it. Unless I have it the other way around. It's their mace or their sword, but I want to say it's the mace. It might be the sword that they have, but one of the two. You have to specifically go there to get it, and it's kind of stupid. Because it's not like a guaranteed drop or anything. It's a drop rate, but only the enemies, like 1 or 2 enemies in this location can drop it. Every other fire monk in the game can't. Which is a little bit silly. Not this time, Bat. I knew you were coming. I was just waiting for Lock-On to cooperate with me. I do have a file that was on the road to 100% on, and I grinded that stupid mountaintop fire monk for an unreasonable amount of time. Yeah. Yeah, that shit's like super, super annoying, huh? It took us a while to even figure out, well, not really long, because when I worked on the guide, particularly the second book, and we were looking for all of the, we were building all of the loot tables and stuff for, you know, where you could find like every particular item in the game. We had files, like asset files that were given to us to kind of explain where, well, like what enemies dropped what things and at what percentage rate. They were a little bit hard to decipher because they're not natively in English, and we had to like translate stuff and fix things up. And even then the information was a little bit hard to parse because like some stuff was not entirely accurate. There was a couple of little bits of information missing in some rare cases. How did I not aggro you until just then? That's not good. Okay, well, at least his arms are already gone by then. Also, your your left arm is glitching out there, like the texture is stuck in the ground somehow, getting all warped. Down to 614 of that. 278. Okay, still looking okay. But yeah, some of that stuff, like, we could determine at the very least, like, it looks like only the fire monks from somewhere in mountaintops only drops this item and nowhere else. It could be a mistake on their part. Maybe some other ones do drop it, maybe not. So sometimes we'd have to, like, investigate stuff like that if we thought maybe the file that we were given was, like, wrong. And it's thank God we had files like that too, because we did a lot of our own research for, well, basically everything in the game because we had to, but we still used files like that as well for support, and it's really good that we had them, because if you can try to imagine going through the entire game as big as this fucking game is, you know, and try to find every single item on the map, that part we actually did manually without assistance. That was hard. But now try to imagine that you were going to go and just within the game's own parameters, even just putting your arcane up to like 99 and giving yourself as much item discovery as possible, try to figure out how you would discern or determine what enemies drop what and at what rate. It'd be kind of tough, right? You'd have to sit there killing the same enemies over and over and over and over and over again to eventually figure out how long or how often they drop a thing, based on like a standard rate of something, right? And then you'd have to do it not just on one enemy type in the game, but anytime you run into a specific enemy, you'd have to test it on that exact type of enemy everywhere else in the game, because they might just happen to drop something different in a different area. So obviously we needed assets, because otherwise we would have taken years to just put out the second book, like many years. It would have taken us that long. Alternatively, we would have had to have like find some way to hack the game and then run a bunch of algorithms, I suppose, but you know, that's not really a thing we do, so. Yeah, as far as all of the map placement stuff, or, you know, so if you buy the first Elden Ring strategy guide, inside the guide, there is a map poster that we included, which many of us actually didn't really know about right off the bat. But on that map, all you really get to see is area names and like grace locations and stuff like that, and then I think just like locations like this. You don't get to see like any other types of things marked. Like, I think even the guidance of grace symbols are not there. I think it's just graces and locations. There's no NPCs or anything like that on the map. But that's something to kind of help you, like, just have like a nice cool poster that you can also kind of use to help navigate if you want. But inside the book, in the actual pages, for every single area, there's, you know, very detailed maps, just overview maps, that not only have all the stuff that you can see natively in the game like this here, but also we painstakingly went and marked every single spot where you would find a particular item of interest that would, you know, be worthy of marking. So obviously we weren't going to mark things like, you know, here I am at the first step. That's not the first step. Here I am at the first step. Let me mark every single little row of fruit along the way. Like, we're not going to do that. The map would be indecipherable if we were going to do something like that. But any sort of rare material that you could pick up that doesn't respawn, yeah, we marked those. Any sort of item pickup that you could find, we had to mark those. You know, just anything and everything that you could find that was not just like a respawning resource, we had to mark. And then we obviously marked bosses, like field bosses. We marked certain special strong enemies and stuff like that. So by the end of it, you know if you have a copy of the book, of course, but if you don't, then any region that you look at looks kind of like a big old pincushion from a distance because it's just got like a bajillion things marked on it. Which is also why that in every single area walkthrough, they have detailed breakdowns with map pages, like little map excerpts from just little cutout chunks that are a bit more zoomed in so you can actually see what's going on in those areas. Because if you're just looking at the whole map zoomed out, it's kind of hard to tell in some places what's what and what's where, because some stuff gets a little stacked on top. I'd love to summon you boys, but this is my fight. My fight alone. You marked all 1 million Roa berry bushes. Yeah, that would have been a nightmare. It was hard enough just going through each area, like just trying to find even just the rare plants and stuff like that, because we'd have to just run around looking for them, because even with the debug in the game, there's only so much you can do to kind of like immediately kind of find things and warp to things or highlight them in some way. Nicely enough, with like items, you can technically warp around to different item pickups, although I'll tell you this, the debug is not super helpful for that, because even though you can do that, the debug's own listing does not really, I think even if you speak and read Japanese, because the debug is in Japanese, it's really hard to decipher those item lists because they feel like gibberish most of the time, because a lot of it's like internal IDs and stuff. And if you're using those just to try to like warp around a map to like see if you're hopefully finding every item, sometimes even with the debug you might miss stuff. So we have to physically get on torrent or whatever and just run from every single little bit of Altus, anywhere you can path, check it all out, make sure that there's nothing around here. Let's see what's all over here. Oh, there's some Altus bloom. That's not important. Oh, nothing really big. Oh, there's some perfume bottles, and oh, there's something there. And okay, just let's go up this way. That's exactly how my process was when I marked these areas. And it was the same for Charlie. It was the same for GD. It was the three of us who did the map marking. And I can't exactly say that was the most easy of tasks, but at least I had two people that I had fun working with on that particular task, because we at least all knew where we all could feel each other's pain on how like monumental of a task that was to do. So it was at least an experience. All right, it is time for Magma Worm Makar. I also just realized I should probably not have volcano pots for Magma Worm Makar, because he's going to be pretty resistant to fire. So let's store these and figure out what else to use instead. We could make this an excuse to use frost pots for once, because I know freezing works really well on him. Hang on, I always do this. I have to unequip them first, or else I can't put them all away. Alright, so put those away, and then let's see, what do we want here? I think I'm going to take these spark aromatics off my bar temporarily, just because I'm not really using them, and we can always pull them out if we need them. Let's switch the fire charm to something else. We could, I don't think we're going to want holy. We're either going to want lightning or magic here. I tell you what, let's look and see what Makar's defenses are, since I don't remember them. Magma Worm Makar. I think I might have used volcano pots against the other magma worm in the lava lake, now that I think about it, but I don't think they were particularly good. I want to say I just mostly used kukri and shit, which we can use, and we might just use because Extra Life is shitting the bed, continuing to shit the bed here, so I'll just Let's close this. It's fine. I guess we'll go with... You know, we haven't been using magic pots. Let's do it. I'll bring magic pots with. I don't know how good they're going to be. But sure. Because we haven't been using them, so I'd kind of like to. So let's make 20 of these. Lightning will probably be better, honestly, but I think we should be fine between that and Kukri and everything else here. We should be absolutely fine. With Frostbite, or rather freezing pots, we can definitely freeze him and get some decent damage from that too. So, oh, one other thing. Do not let me forget to change this, by the way. I'm glad I'm remembering it now, but I'm definitely likely to forget it afterwards. We're going to change our physic tier to the magic shrouding one so that our magic damage is better. I don't even think we'll necessarily need to go this hard on it, but that's what we're going to do. All right, here we go. Come on, Makar. It's actually not bad damage. I didn't even hit him in the head the first time. I missed. Goodbye. That was cool. I'm gonna magic burn this place to the ground. Fuck all y'all. Alright, we don't need those anymore. Maybe we'll use magic pots again in the future. They do use FP, I'm pretty sure, so that's one of the other reasons why I haven't really been using them, is because we already use FP with our whatchamacallits, our cracked or crystal darts. That's another thing I should mention. It's another reason why volcano pots are good, because they don't use FP to throw. Because a lot of pots do, even some of the other fire pots, like if you look at, oh shit, I didn't want that to happen. I think, hang on, let me put these away again so I can make the other ones. You need to go. Item crafting, let's just make up 3 of those. There we go. That won't happen now. Yeah, because Giant's Flame Pots cost FP. These ones don't. Lightning Pots don't. Holy Water Pots do. Sacred Order Pots do. Poison and Fetid do not. Swarm Pots do not. Freezing Pots, weirdly enough, do not. Sleep Pots do. Volcano Pots don't. Rancor Pots do, which makes sense. We're missing a couple of pot types, but we're closing in on having nearly all of them. Actually, let me not write this up here. We need to kill Greathorn Trigoth, so I guess we could do that. I mean, we don't have to do the Volcano Manor questline stuff, but I might as well at least just do away with him, I guess. As much as I'm sure he's going to be a pain in the ass, like all other NPCs have been, but let's give it a try. Oh, wait. Y'all almost let me forget. Y'all almost let me forget. and switch this as well. Watching this run is like a whole crafting tutorial. Yeah, kind of. Took some cough syrup. Why does it have to be so revolting? Yeah. Not usually a fan much either, but sometimes you just gotta get that tussin in you, you know? I should not do that. That's gonna be a bad trade if it hits me. No, I didn't really think about this, but him having a crossbow could actually be real not good. Make this like way harder than it normally would be. How did you dodge that? You were seated. Yep. I feel like darts aren't the worst way to go here, but I need to, like, pick my moments better. Okay, anytime he butt slams, we can punish that. Usually pretty good. I cannot believe that still didn't hit you. The recovery time feels unfair sometimes. But we should be able to get him to walk back into that to take some damage at least. So we're largely trying to punish the butt slam right now, because the rest of his shit is kind of bullshitty. He's gonna heal soon. I don't know why I tried to do that. I thought he would heal right then. I almost kind of want him to dodge it, like, as earlier if I don't throw it too early, because then he more likely walks right back into it and actually takes a little bit more damage than when I just land it directly on him. Because if I land it directly on him, he just rolls out immediately after. But that's fine. Alright, well, he didn't heal, so... You should have healed. Should have healed, Trigoth. You should have closed your eyes. Alright. Well, if we ever want, like, the highest defense set in the game, there we go, I guess. At least I believe that, plus certain other things will give you the highest defense you can get, you know, via armor, but... Okay. Well, with that done, we already have the Abandoned Coffin Grace, so... But yeah, that's Liurnia. I'm gonna mark... No, we didn't finish that. So I also have not done Perfumer's Grotto. I went in there briefly to try to farm up some Miranda powder and then ended up not actually finishing it because I didn't want to do that off stream. But there's plenty of stuff here I haven't done yet. Same thing was like with the Church of the Plague and Inner Aeonia. I haven't actually done these like bits yet. I just went there to see if I could farm stuff quickly. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do next. Caelid shouldn't take overly long because we've already done a fair bit of stuff there, but we still need to do that, and then we can do like some later game stuff. But let's see, we've been going over a little over 5 hours now. I don't want to end yet, though. Let's go to the underground roadside. I want to just get the pot here for now. I don't know if I want to try to do sewer mode yet, because he's really going to be a fucking pain in the ass. I might wait until we're close to the end to kill him, just because we're going to want like as much damage as we can do. So I got to figure out where... Hang on. Let me look up exactly where this pot is, if I can figure that out, so I'm not like searching around for it, because if we're just here to get that for now, I don't want to be wandering. Ritual pot. Just gonna look at a video real fast. Show me the video, please. So, right. So you're gonna go through the pipes. Jump over some holes. Go through a gate. Watch out for some slugs. Oh, wait, is it in the... Okay, he's going around towards the shortcut. Is this where you need to be for this? Oh, that's right. It's in the room with the jars, I think. Because I remember, like, towards the end of this, like, on the way to Moog is where you get... There's some jar enemies there, and I think that's where the ritual pot probably is. This video is, like, silly because... Here, I can... The video is, like, a little silly because he's going a very roundabout way to show you, like, where the ritual pot is, because the name of the video is telling you about that, but then he's, like, showing, like, the entirety of, like, you know, the subterranean shunning grounds and not just directly how to get to it. Because don't get me wrong, like, showing you, like, a path from the Grace is one thing, to just be like, okay, well, you want to go here, you want to do this, and blah, 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 but he kind of did some extra shit that I think he didn't need to do. Alright. Let me just see if I can get this figured out here. I will preemptively throw this on because the pipes and shit get pretty dark inside. I'm just gonna run by you, sir. Don't mind me. Also, game, please stop being framey. Appreciate it. So we're just gonna head in this direction. And jump over this. And then I hope that I am heading in the right direction here. I should be. Wait, no. No, I've ended up in the big room. Hold on. I think I took a wrong turn. I was supposed to go through this gate. There's stuff in that room that's good, but there's also a Royal Revenant that I don't want to fucking deal with, so we'll ignore that for now. Don't snipe me on the ladder, please. Open. They can climb ladders, so... Well, normally they do anyway. Surprised he didn't climb up. I don't know why like the game's being a little bit laggy like here and there. Like, every once in a while that I'm just like moving around, it starts losing some frames. Not like in a bad way, it's not like full on super stutters, it just slows down a little bit. Am I gonna want anything from over here? No, I don't really want to waste my resources on that guy, he's got way too much HP. Grab that. It's not not at all valuable, actually. Alright, excuse me. Don't mind me, putrid corpses. Just go about your business. And then I don't think we want to go down there. I think we need to go this way. It's fucking tanky ass mofos in here, man. Stuck still like in combat with the stupid putrid corpses from earlier, I think. I need to craft, but I don't necessarily have to, but I don't want to leave too many of these things alive around to chase us, so... Alright, now there's this... Don't notice me yet, please. The regular Omen Baron is down there, and we might pick it up, but I probably won't be using them. Free poison stone, don't mind if I do. I really wish you could open doors while crouched. Like, you don't even have to stay crouched, I just wish it didn't make you uncrouch to interact with things. I feel like that's a really weird design choice. Alright, I'm gonna come over here and rest just to get our stuff back. Okay, now I just gotta figure out... hang on, let me... Oh no, we were fine. I need to get into the other pipe. Don't mind me. No one here. So we need to get in there, of which I have to kind of get to from out here. Please target the good. Okay. Please target the ones I'm looking at. That's all I really want here. Not aggroed the guys behind. That's good, but we did aggro the one that fell, which is not so good because now it's going to be causing problems for me. I rolled way too early. I should have kicked that down. Oh well. I think it's this way, and then we drop down the hole? Question mark? And I should probably check. Hold on. This is the one bit that I'm always a little fuzzy on when it comes to getting to Moog. Yeah, so you went down that path, then you took a left at the fork. And then drop in the hole. Which should lead to the other side of that locked gate that we saw, I think. And then continue down. That leads to the ladder, which leads to the jar room. And then the elevator to Moog, which will be good to unlock now, so. Okay. So that's helpful. I'm just going to go this way. Oh, I thought you were going to be in the corner. You should be in the corner, honestly. Alright. Heal up. We're basically about where we need to be. We just need to come here. Should be this drop. Yes, because there's this asshole that I was trying to roll from, but screwed it up. So I got, like, bent knees. Yeah, there's the gate that I was talking about. I don't think we need to open that right now. And here we are. So, I'm not going to kill any jar boys. Just in case this somehow gets very fucked up, I'm gonna shield up before I run in here. Grab the ritual pot. So sorry. Now I'm gonna ride down. Okay. Still no jar boys deceased. Well, or at least not by... No! Not by mine own hand. Not by mine own hand. I am not responsible for this. He was a little depressed. The rule is, you know, don't kill them, not, you know, do everything in your power to save them from killing themselves, but in game. Alright, so we have the path to Moog sorted for later. We're not going to do that right now. We got our 9th ritual pot. The last one is in the Giant's catacombs. So let's go there. I guess we could... do I want to do this one? This is kind of a hard catacombs, but we have to do it eventually, so... I don't know. Let's get a level. We're 20k short, but we can use something big-ish for once. Yes, okay. We have enough. Okie dokie. So that part's done. Now these catacombs are real annoying. Should have maybe run forward just to short circuit, you know, one or both of those a little faster so they'd attack each other, but especially because there's a third one that I forgot about. No matter, it's all good. I don't know why I even bothered trying to come over here. This one that clings to the ceiling aggroes by the point you hit about halfway, so it's worth killing him or he'll chase you, but the others we didn't need to kill because we didn't need to go in that room just to get Glovewort. Winner take all. I'm just gonna want to make sure that we have like a good stock of crystal darts as we make our way through here. We don't have a lot of defense either, so this will be an interesting one. I mean, again, I could always put on some armor, but I don't know. Is that fun? Now there's a lower level to this too. I don't know specifically where the ritual pot is, so we're gonna have to actually look around, which is dangerous to say the least. Get 'em, buddies. Get 'em, buddies. Wow, they suck. They're so good at being annoying for players, but they really suck at hitting each other. I guess, you know, they have a hard time picking on someone their own size or something. Is there anything under this one? I don't think so, right? Had to check, just to be sure. I hate when people do this shit. Don't put a message directly in front of the fucking thing that I'm trying to interact with. Now, this will be a little awkward because there are jar boys here that we don't want to fight. And that will try to attack me anyway. So I'm going to do my level best to just run by them. Any that decide to explode themselves, I cannot do anything about, but I will try not to fight any myself. More specifically, I will try not to kill any myself. Like these ones, they're explosive. This is going to be weird. These guys like to aggro from far away. So I can't do nothing about that. They're just gonna do their thing. I'm not pro, you know, explosive jar. I don't want them to be doing that, but just how it is. They're not all aggroed, and it makes me a little bit nervous. This area is dangerous, man. Their explosions hit pretty fucking hard, too. Still one more. Oh, there's two more. Did they? Oh, really? Only one of them aggroed? I really thought I got them both, but... The next one I'm going to try to just aggro them and then run into the next room. I just hope there's nothing that's going to immediately get me over there where I'm at. Okay. Self-destructive pot boys. No. Go about your life, young one. Listen to the wisdom of the great jar with human-like proportions. You don't want none of this shit. I don't remember if there's even anything really worth grabbing in this room. The land squirts are just close enough in one or two spots that you can cause like a nice poison chain reaction to blow them up, but there's not really a big reason to, other than maybe just not being stuck in combat. Ignore me, please. I am friend, not foe. Here's the ritual pot. Alright, that's all 10. I guess I'll try to head my way towards the end of the dungeon and stuff to do it, but, we'll see how this goes. Because this looks like an area we've been before, but we haven't actually been here yet. These guys are gonna explode. Alright, let me go up here first. I feel like I got a little bit lucky there. I forgot the ones in this room like to aggro from a further distance for whatever reason. I don't need to be here. Excuse me. Land squirts? I mean, that's what they're called. I wish they weren't named that as well. Hello. You have to feel like someone was trying to jump scare players with the giant land squirt here, because this dungeon has two, like, nearly identical layers. They just have, like, different enemies in them. And so as you, like, go through them, you start to think, like, oh, I've been here before. But whatever, I'll just try to navigate my way through here. It looks like there's a bunch of land squirts, and then suddenly there's a giant one, and you, oh shit, fuck. I did not realize he was doing that right then. Run away. Once again, I did not need this treasure. No, fuck off, game. Did not want to let me through the fucking door. I got caught on the lip instead. I might have missed something up there, but we can go back if we need to, I guess. But now we're on the other side again, I think. Is Big Jar Man here? I don't know. I don't see him now. Hang on. Maybe, maybe I've gotten turned around now. I can identify... Okay, we're back on the same loop. That doesn't switch you back to the other one, so we didn't miss anything if we go the other way here. See, this one actually has shit underneath it, and above, of course. That's why this dungeon is kind of like not necessarily a favorite, because there's a bunch of shit here that it just gets confusing. How did I stop at a... Oh yeah, I would have rested before I did this, whatever. I can put that back in storage, but we at least have all 10 of our thingies now. Hello? Anybody else? thought there was maybe one on the ceiling here. Oh, there is. Okay, but then at the end is a fucking frost variant one of these, and that's like the really annoying bit. These guys have a lot of HP and they're not fun to fight, generally speaking. He might try to come down here. I'm trying to give him some space in case he does, because I don't want to get landed on. Looks like he de-aggroed. Okay. But how far did he go is the question. How far did he go? Not that far. Not fun to fight, too bad. There's 45 million of them in the game. Yeah, true, true. Got there. Took us a while to chop through all that HP, but what do we have left here? 218 cracked crystal, 538 volcanic stone. We're still looking fine. Should be fine till the end of stream, I think, because I'm not going to go like a ton longer here, but wow, completely useless. I mean, if you want to level your spirits and all that, your spirit ashes, like obviously a ghost Glovewort 9 is anything but useless, but certainly not anything I'm after right now. I should know better, honestly, but I stopped kind of thinking about the contents of the insides of dungeons in like the first guidebook, so I'm not really in a position anymore for me to like feel like I know much anymore. Leave me alone, please. I don't want any. Okay, there's Jarman that we saw earlier. Now we just need to activate the lever, and then we're done here with the exception of the lower floor. I think. Just have to find my way out. Should be this way. Because yeah, we can't go down here. That's a bottomless pit. But the very first elevator, the stone column variety, had a lower segment to it, I believe. But the boss is at least available for us to go do. Yeah, they put like a few different dungeons in the game that have like little looping corridors and shit to them that's meant to kind of deceive and make it hard for you to navigate the area and stuff, and they definitely get interesting. Among other things. Level up your spirits, you coward. Yeah, I mean, if I was going to use them, I definitely would. I could still see, you know, the point in maybe, like, leveling up the Jar White, you know, because the Jar White only uses throwing pots, which would kind of still be in keeping of the spirit of the run. It's not exactly consumables only if I'm using a summonable spirit, but he's using consumables only, so it's kind of aligned. Oh, shit. Forgot that that could happen. Not that Not that I forgot that he would aggro someone. Oh. I was sure I was going to get hit there. Might still if I'm not careful. Like so. Even though that hitbox is literally bullshit, but then again, I'm using my own bullshit on him too, so... Works for me, buddy. Yeah, normally that guy won't aggro like instantly or anything. He's just guarding the bottom of the stairs here, but because I had done what I did to the imp, it caused him to aggro against the imp, which caused him to move forward. Kind of worked out really well in our favor, actually, because now he was, you know, under the stairs where I could just chuck volcano pots down at him conveniently, but I don't need this. I don't know. Why am I going in this room? Did I aggro something already? Or did I just snap a bone? I think I just snapped a bone, but... No boys in here, but we do need to deal with this really quick. This kukri might reach the whole hallway from here. It should. Tink. There we go. That works. And there is our final big foe at the end of the hall. I don't know if there's anything even here that I want. I just kind of wanted to fully explore the rest of this. Snapped a bone sounds like a Sumer slang for something. Yeah, I guess it kind of does. Honestly, I appreciate the catacombs for the little twists each one has. Yeah, some of them are really simple and straightforward, and then other ones get really puzzly. And they're meant to be, like, extra confusing, which can be a little frustrating at times, but, you know, that's what the guides are for. You know who makes the rules? You do, and you can decide whatever you want is fine. This is true. Now, there should be a boy in here. Would love to be able to lock onto him. Kind of wish he was closer to the big one so I could get them to fight each other, even though the big one would probably just kill him before he did much of anything, but neither of those landed close enough. I don't think I want to be here. If he can activate the thing, I don't want to get frosted. I don't mind him getting hit by the frost because it's extra damage on him. You can do that to this one if he makes it past it. If he looks like he's about to make it past it anyway. Is he stuck? Well, he was for a hot second. This is like the easiest it's ever been to kill these guys. Put one more in the books for the consumables only run, making something easier than normal. Because I'm even like chalking that up to like just fighting these guys with like a bow. Like, I don't know. Even bows most of the time don't feel like it makes this easier. Maybe a little bit. Melee is definitely harder. The regular melee watchdogs are not as bad as the caster ones here, but both frost variants here, there's no boss version of the frost variants, only strong enemies, but they most of them are, you know, tuned higher to hit harder and have more health than most of the bosses in the game. Or the boss versions, I mean. Which makes them pretty big nuisance. The way of the samurai is in desperateness. Okay. How's it going, Worka looks? Alright, I want to quickly... Actually, I don't think I really need anything. Well, we might want heals. Let me go up to the Grace really quick. Just because we have used a fair bit. We'll have to bypass like one enemy and then we can come back down and we can give the boss a try. We'll give it a go. I always try to get maximum damage output from the pillars for this dungeon. Yeah. It is nice to be able to like use those frost pillars to try to hit at least that one watchdog with if it's patrolling, which that is easier to hit with a bow for sure, because you can kind of just hit it when it gets close and then wait for it to sort of walk around and just take a bunch of damage from it. But or you can like try to manually aim right as it gets in front of it to just plink the side of the thing and get it to start hitting it. But obviously they don't stay in those hallways for very long because their little floating stab thing makes them more mobile than you might think. Okay. Let's get on back down there. Oh yeah, I got these ones here too. No. Fuck. I couldn't see his attack. I think he just did the shove. So the one thing about consumables only that that does trip me up a lot is that sometimes I forget which consumable I'm on. And for whatever reason, I thought I had my crystal darts equipped just then. Not my volcano pots. So I wasn't expecting to suddenly not be able to hit him for several seconds. Or, well, rather, I wasn't expecting to be stuck in a throw animation for several seconds. But that's what happened. Where's the third one? I should have just targeted the backline one. He's just being more of a pain now. And of course he moved closer. Genuinely, I thought maybe I could make it to the boss room without spending a lot of resources, but here we are. I should probably just try to run past those guys if I need to, but there might be a Stake of America in front of this one. In fact, there's more than likely one, but whatever. We're fine. We are only down like one heal or something, or two heals, I guess. Not the end of the world. The boss, on the other hand, I guess we'll just see how this goes. Because this is the ulcerated tree spirit. We do have a good damage type for dealing with him. We just need to hopefully not get stuck in any weird spots here while we're fighting him. I don't particularly like being on this side of you. Oh, I thought I misrolled that. I need to get out of here because you're going to transform. Yep. All right. Another hitless ulcerated tree spirit. I don't know. I feel like I've gotten like way better at fighting those, but honestly, they're kind of easy to fight with this build. Especially volcano pots. Like, they are definitely weaker to fire, but I just find it to be relatively easy to just like chill on one side of them and just toss some flamey shit at them and then just dodge the next move. I feel like I've also gotten kind of lucky with it, but I don't know. Okay, so that does it for that particular dungeon. Volcano pots are absurd for them? Yeah, it certainly seems that way. Also, how's it going, Arfantes? Okay, let's see. We've been going for 6 hours now. Trying to think if there's like anything quick we could do before we want to wrap up. We could go like finish one more like earlier game thing. I want to figure out which area do we want to actually do next. We could do Dragon Barrow sorry, Caelid and Dragon Barrow next. Dragon Barrow has some hard shit in it, but we've already done most of the hard shit because, you know, we did the Bell-Bearing Hunter here. We killed Grail. Not that Grail's hard, but we killed the Erdtree Avatar, or rather Putrid Avatar that's there. So we have a dragon, we have a Knight's Cavalry, both of which are cheesable. I might, just for the fun of it, cheese the Knight's Cavalry, even though it's not really part of the run, but it's just kind of a fun cheese, but I might just kill him straight up. And then obviously the Black Blade Kindred will be probably like the last remaining, like, especially difficult thing that's there. And then there is like the Dragon Barrow Cave. There's definitely a few like hard dungeons around, but most of Caelid shouldn't be too bad. Been lurking for a while, getting some stuff done. Nice, nice. Well, I know we did the minor, if we're gonna do this, we did the minor Erdtree Catacombs already. What else have we done? Obviously Redmane is done, we don't need to mark that shit. Actually no, Redmane's not done. I just remembered, we have not fought the double boss fight here, so I tell you what, let's finish with that. We have not done the Misbegotten Warrior and Crucible Knight fight here. We just did Radahn. Because I forgot, I came here twice, but the first time was just to grab some shit and then I left. I didn't actually fight the boss. So we still have the boss fight there. Speaking of grabbing shit, the only other thing we didn't do as well, there's some stuff on the side here with the Abductor Virgin that we might want, maybe. I also don't know if I grabbed the stuff that was in there either, so I just want to quickly run in there. And while I don't really need to be spending pots on these guys, the reason I'm doing it is because I want to open some slots for some lightning ones for the Virgin that's over there. Caelid fire is great overall. For the most part, yes. There's a few things that fire won't be as good for. Volcano pots will still likely do okay damage to most dragons, but we might want a different damage type for the dragon that's on the bridge. It's because he is one of the regular fire-breathing dragons, so... Grail is his name. Which sounds like Grail when you say it, but... There's no O. Alright, did I get everything that I wanted here? There's the ladder up, I forgot. Okay, let's go up there real quick. And then I did search the other buildings, just not the one where the abductor virgin is. We could also kill the lion guardians here, but there's not really much point. I don't really need those particular, like, somber whatevers they are. Same with the Knights Cavalry. Is choosing and making the dragon bug and die an option? So I'll probably fight the dragon straight up just because I think I've seen the cheese done before, like once, but I don't really remember how it works. And I don't know. I think I'd like to do the dragon straight up probably just to see how well it works with consumables on the bridge. The Knights Cavalry I might cheese just for the hell of it though. Just because I've already fought and will still fight more Knights Cavalry. It's not like we're going to be missing anything if I cheese him, so. It's not exactly fully Spirit of the Run is the only thing that's stopping me, because so far I've entertained the idea of doing certain things that are not 100% in the Spirit of the Run, but I've not actually done them, so the only thing that would kind of prevent me there would be deciding to stick to the Spirit of the Run and therefore not do anything weird with that. Alright, 4 was enough for you, didn't need 6. It's not gonna hit anybody, it's way too far away. I have to laugh sometimes at the sound effects these guys make, because they genuinely just go like when they attack you. It just sounds like they're trying to make some sort of cat noise. It's a tarnish, get 'em, rare. Alright, so that's the red hot wet blade, which I suppose we did want. And then there's not a lot more here, but we can grab what's over in this direction at least. Stop blocking, you little bitch. It's not gonna hit either of them, apparently. I thought it might hit one, but I'm surprised that hit that guy. Okay, that should hit you both. Ouch, direct hit. Come and get me, buddy. I'm right over here. Ooh, you don't like magic damage, huh? I don't particularly like getting hit in the face with a flaming spear either, but... Blink, blink. I love the little sound effect of darts, like, blinking off of a big shield. It's just very, it's just a very satisfying sound. All right, that should be everything that we care about. So let's head back here, and then we can do the boss fight. And then I think we'll wrap it up after that. The progress of this run is still kind of slow to try to do everything, but then again, I'm just slow because I sometimes stop to chat a lot, and I'm not the quickest of challenge runners, but you know, I don't mind this run taking a while. I would like it if maybe it was done before Charlie's anniversary, but that's probably not going to happen because that's not very long from now, and I won't be streaming for the next 2 days, so probably not going to happen, but that's okay. But yeah, no big deal. I think it won't take us too much longer to get this run done because we already have like a fair bit of Altus explored. There's still obviously tons of shit to kill there. There's obviously Gelmir. We have a lot to do there. But Gelmir's relatively small by comparison. It's more just Volcano Manor isn't done, so there's a whole ass legacy dungeon to do. So yeah, it might be like a handful of more streams yet to finish this one, but hopefully it won't be like super long. Not that I'm in a rush to end it, but I realize like we've been on this run for a while, so. Anyways, let's go fight this boss and then I'll call it there. And hopefully it goes decently well. No, no. Oh, that was some bullshit buffered crap. It happened again. Please stop. Hello, Crucible Knight. Thank you for just chilling next to me. So, the fumble at the end there. Can you stop? Just give me like 1 second. I'm just trying to heal. Just chasing me down. Of course, still couldn't roll in time. Stop chasing. There was supposed to be an input there, but nothing happened. I pressed the square button. I was not trying to just stand there for no reason. Reading piece of shit. See, he just wants to chase because of the fucking input read. It's not even a hard fight. I don't know why I did that then, but... Come on. There we go. Rune's Greatsword, another pretty nice weapon. Actually. Alright. So, yeah, no, the the start of that fight went really well, and then he went to corner me in the door, which was fine, I was prepared for it, but I had run out of stamina and not realized it, although I was actually keeping an eye on my stamina. But more specifically, what I didn't realize is that I had hit the square button just enough times, despite running out of stamina, that as soon as I had enough stamina, like just a sliver, it triggered one extra throw when I wasn't trying to do one, which caused me to not roll, so there was a buffered input. And then I was spamming roll trying to like get out of that shit, which caused another buffered roll afterwards. So I just took like several hits there that I didn't need to. If I had just like stopped chucking stuff at him for like a hot second, we would have been fine. Just, you know, if I hadn't let myself kind of run out of stamina. But again, it was the buffered inputs that specifically kind of caused me to take damage. Anyways, yeah, I think that's gonna do it for today, y'all. We will be continuing this run. It's been a lot of fun for me, at least. I hope you guys have been enjoying watching it as well. I may try to stream on Friday if I can. But Wednesday and Thursday are probably going to be out because I have meetings kind of both days at very inopportune times for stream, as well as just work that I got to do in general anyway. So, but in my free time, at least whatever free time I'm able to scrounge up, I'll probably farm some stuff up again just for this run so we don't have to do much farming at all on stream. In fact, we didn't have to do any on stream today, I think, which is nice. But I want to try to work on some stuff for Charlie's anniversary for the Elden Ring PvP. Speaking of which, if you're wanting to attend her anniversary stuff, that should be starting on Saturday. I don't remember the exact time, but I think she might have an announcement in her Discord, so be sure to check. Hang on, let's see. I can look at it real quick. Announcements. So starting at, well, for her it'll be January 13th by then, but because that's supposed to be, I want to say she's starting at like noon her time on the 13th. So for anyone in my time zone, that's January 12th at 8 p.m. But yeah, she'll be doing probably likely a 24-hour stream, so for her stream anniversary, so be sure to go in and say hey sometime around the 13th/14th or 12th if you're in a more US time zone for when it starts. But anywho, y'all, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it very much as always. Like I said, I will, if I can be back before the weekend, maybe Friday, I will try, because since I have told her that I would try to be around for her anniversary, I probably won't be streaming over the weekend. And if I do at all, it'll either be something that I'm streaming during her anniversary, along with her anniversary, or maybe the Sunday if I have free time, but we'll see. But I definitely will stream some more the following week. Anywho, y'all have a great couple of days. I'll see you when I see you. Take good care of yourselves, and yeah, peace out, everybody. Bye-bye.